Ah, yes, let's rock! Awesome, wicked. How is everyone doing? Ah, Gliss and KO2 fan, let's rock! Wicked. Yes. Happy New Year. Right, good. That's all of the Happy New Year celebration done. Right, so we have. I've got myself a Stream Deck, which is surprisingly quite fun, and it's really useful. And there's a particular thing which is going to save me so much time, and it's brilliant, right? So quite often I'm having to make a coroutine, and it takes me ages to type up, right? So I'd normally have like anyway, right? I realise there's a button that I can press which essentially types it all out for me, but I'm going to try and do it subtly so that it looks like I'm actually typing it out. It's just me typing really quickly, right? Oh yeah. Oh wow, yeah. I can just type. So now I can just do that every time instead of having to actually then just change basically these. And there's other things that I've done which are really useful. It's like it's my exciting new Christmas present. So that was good. Oh yes! Oh, glisten! Let's rock! Okay, there should have been some sort of animation there, and I do apologise that there wasn't. But just imagine there was one, and it was really great, and you were like, "Oh yeah, Gliss, yeah, welcome back. This is rocking." Just imagine it was there. I do. I don't know why it doesn't work, but just imagine, like, really, like it would have been really good. Oh right. Oh yeah. Okay. Maybe it just. Yeah, I'm not sure, but yeah. As I say, it's. Oh, you did. Oh. Oh, brilliant! In that case, yeah. I know the zombie animation, which is brilliant that you saw that. The weird thing was I didn't. So, but anyway, that's good. So yes. Anyway, let's rock. So what we're going to do today, we are going to do some awesome stuff. Okay, so I'll show you what I did last episode, and I'm going to show you what we're going to do today. I haven't actually pressed play. I should have done that because it takes a little while to load up for the first time. What we're looking to do, let's have a look. No, they're right. It's not a soft lock. It is. It isn't a soft lock. So we're back in, right? So last episode, I managed to make it so that we can set our boost. So let's just say I wanted wine. I'll be like, oh yeah, this one gives you a random construct. Let's go. And then it puts it onto there. And I can change it to something else. And it will set it up so that like we now have the information. But I can also, if I were to do no boost, then we get a freeze. Okay, something's obviously happened. Let's have a look. Unsummon menu. This one shouldn't be too hard, but it's probably for the best that I can. Let's have a look. Change boost info. Right, yes, we are off to a proper flying start here. But the idea is you do no boost and it will remove the current boost that you've got, because obviously it's like a consumable that you can only like use once. Let's have a look. So for whatever reason, this one is null. Oh. So yeah, I kind of know. Let me just have a quick look. I think if I just simply have if underscore boost info script is not equal to null. Oh, it's not equal to null. And then we can put that in there. So hopefully that will have just magically fixed everything. Right. Let's go back in. Anyway, the purpose of what I'm going to do today is we're going to create a shop where you can spend your Rumple tokens to buy them. Now, the full title is Let's Make a Boost Shop, even though boosts don't actually do anything yet. I'm fully aware that at the moment this is more of a hypothetical thing that we're doing because boosts we haven't actually done anything to make them work. So, okay, it looks like it's working now. So if I were to set this one up, I just want to check that it still is working. And then we're like, nah, in fact, I don't want a boost at all. Then it will just have empty there. Okay, brilliant. Right, so what I'm going to do it right from the beginning. And this is going to be, again, one of those sort of like slightly everything's everywhere sort of like streams where I have got to actually work out exactly where I want to place the buy a boost button. So we're going to press a button here, I think. It's going to say buy a boost. I've done all the pictures, and I kind of want to I want to kind of bring up a shop which is going to look a little bit like a vending machine in a similar sort of kind of fashion in here, in that it goes grey and then you're going to have buttons, but this is where you can buy them. And actually one other very quick thing that I want to set as well, I just want to check this works. So if I set it as wine and then I press back, it will still be wine there. Okay, that's good. Right, so that is where we're working on. I'm just going to use my shortcut to bring up the my sprites. Let's have a look. Now, oddly enough, this shortcut is brilliant and I'm liking it, but it does everything in reverse alphabetical order, and I don't really know why. But that's all good. Okay, so where are we up to? So we want boost. I think it's boost cans and vending machine. And these are the sort of pictures that we're looking at. So I kind of want, I think first of all, let's just see all the things that we actually want here. Because if I open this one up, because I kind of want the idea that we can have, let's have a look. I want to have a sprite that kind of goes behind this. So we got to just make sure we've got every layer sort of worked out. So yeah, hopefully this won't take too long. So in fact, I'm going to go Control-Shift-S, and we're going to save as vending machine use. And I've got to work out all the things that I'll actually need. So let's go. We definitely need these two. That's fine. We want this. So the idea is you're going to have a can that kind of opens up like a kind of vending machine. But we need separate sprites for the front bit and the back bit. So it kind of gives you the idea that the can is coming out and stuff. That's what I'm looking to do. If I press Alt-N now, we're going to duplicate that, and then yeah, so that's going to be the background bit, and oh, not quite. In fact, let me try and work this out. So I'm actually going to press Alt-N here, and we want the background thing to be just this, and then the foreground to be this. So I can put this on top of this, and we can actually have an image that goes in between these two things. So we want, yeah, we definitely want that. Okay. It will make sense when I start putting it together. It will make a bit more sense. And I'm just going to, because this is an off thing, this is less. I'm not deleting anything that I don't need. So here we've got. I'm going to press Alt-N here. So yeah, and I kind of want this button maybe to be entirely separate. So we're just essentially breaking all the bits down into different sprites that we want. So this one here is just going to have that. This one, let's have a look, is, yeah, and it will make sense. I feel like it's quite nice to just kind of see the process of like everything that goes through my head when I'm making these. So this is the button itself, and I think we can just get rid of all of that. And obviously I'll have to come up with more creative names for it. So Yeah, and we're going to put the actual image of the boost in between this image, and then like that one's going to be on top of it, and then we're going to have the button on the right. Okay, and I think I've even got somewhere, did I? Yeah, and we've got these images here of the button being pressed, so in fact we probably don't need, yeah, we don't need this one. And it's, yeah, like I say, I'm just getting all the images that we actually need, so I don't think we need that. But yeah, that's good. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, I like, because the thing is I kind of want the idea that when you get the vending machine, you have this big lock symbol because you haven't unlocked this one yet. But that's kind of by the by. I don't know if we're going to use that yet. So I think this is actually all we need. Let's just double check. Okay, now we're going to sort of roughly kind of start putting the construction together. It will take us a little while, but it shouldn't take too long. Right, so Control S, saving. All right, and now I've got to work out where it's actually saved to. So, oh yes, of course, I didn't save it as a PNG, so let's go back into that. So if I go Control Shift S, save as a PNG, and I may as well create another folder, which we're going to call vending machine use, and we'll save it here. So we've got getting all the bits and pieces together. So my main goal right now is trying to construct everything so it's got a boost, and hopefully everything will look quite nice. Okay, so this is the key images that we want. I think this is everything we need. Right, let me move this over here, and we're just going to drag it all on, and then we'll put it into folders a bit later, but we'll worry about that later. It's fine. Right, so under boosts, I want to have a create folder. We're going to have vending machine. Yeah, just vending machine, that's fine. Oh, wicked. Oh, how is everyone rocking? Right. And what sizes have we got? 1 to 8, so I'm going to set all these to 1 to 8. Point filter and none, and apply. And there's one last thing that I want to do before we actually start putting things together is, just have a quick look. So I've got these images here. These are of the boost cans, but I've actually got kind of flat images. So they're not actually in the form of a can, but they're just in a sort of straight rectangle, which I'm planning to fit in this, like behind, yeah. So I'm just looking to get the flat versions of them, and I can't remember exactly where they're kept, but I'm sure I'll be able to find them without too much problems. So let's go back into here. Boost cans new. What's this one? So these are just the cans. That's fine. Don't need that. Actually, yes, I really was. I didn't realise I had consumed a lot more alcohol than I realised, and it's like kind of but to be fair, I had probably the best sleep I've had for a long period of time, because I got almost 10 hours, which was just wonderful, you know. And it took me a while to, and I think I got a call from someone, and I was like, no, I can't answer the phone. I need to sleep. Right, boost cans. It's one of these. I've just got to remember exactly where they're kept. So it's not this one. I might just have to open these one by one. What about yourself? Did you recover okay? So, oh yeah, that's what we're after, except I need to get all of the images. So it's one of these. I'll open them all, and then we'll just work it out. It's not that one. Oh, here's where I probably get slightly embarrassed and realise that I might have accidentally got rid of it. So it's not that one. It's not that one. It's almost that. Ah, this looks good. Okay, so what we're looking to do here, I'm going to go Control-Shift-S, boost cans for VM000. And I'll make a new one, boost cans VM. And we'll save that over there. And then I just need to make sure I've got all the correct images. So this shouldn't take too long. Switch that one off. That one. Switch this one off. So we're just looking to get the sort of rectangle version of all of these boosts. This one after. That's good. Grobbler. Yeah, that's good. So let's get rid of that one. That. Yeah, all of these names I just kind of came up with on the fly. Okay, I think that's it. That's all 10. So I'm going to go Control S and then Control Shift S. We're going to save as a PNG. And now we can just drag them on like with everything else. Yeah. Yeah. I think, because to be honest, it's been a long time since I've actually genuinely felt hungover. But it was as far as hungoverness goes, it was quite reasonable. Like, it wasn't, I didn't have a terrifying headache, I had a medium headache. I was like, I've had worse headaches, I actually I feel like I had a pretty lucky go of it, actually. Right. So now, let's go... I think I just actually... No, let's go create another folder. Boost can VM. Yes, okay. Right, so we're just going to set these to the same parameters. Oh, right. Before I continue, let me get rid of these. What we can actually do, this might cause more trouble, but we can actually get rid of the border that's around it. Yes. Oh, yes, actually, yeah, the Prosecco was, like... That's like the... Yeah, no, I actually quite enjoyed that. I think there was a period of time where I was just holding, like, both a Prosecco and a pint, and I was like, I don't... you can't drink them at the same time. It's not as though you can be like, mix the two. And we'd already established drinking them both at the same time. It's probably not the greatest plan. Trim... Oh, yeah, so... Let's have a look. Okay, what I might do very quickly is... now that I've trimmed and I've realised doesn't quite fit on, I'm just going to do a little bit just on the back. I just kind of want to fill in these last little gaps. It shouldn't take too long. Yeah, because we just want to make sure that it does fully cover the full thing. That's all good. That's a bit of a pain. Sort of making this up slightly. This should be fine. This will pay off eventually. Go. All right. And we'll just overwrite that. Yep. Okay. Right, now we can get rid of that altogether. We'll drag these new ones into here. And then we're just going to change these sprites. Okay. So 128, point filter and none, and apply. Oh yeah, and also on a slightly unrelated note, I am going to be putting in sounds. Like once I've done all the boost stuff, I'm going to be putting in sounds, and I've got quite a few good sounds like lined up, and I'm really excited to actually put it in it. It's going to add a whole extra element to the game. It's going to make it feel slightly better. Right. So we've got several things to do here. Probably better actually. Oh, I know what I'm doing. This whole thing's taking up too much space. Okay, right. So now I want to, at this point here, we're going to create an empty game object, and we're going to call it. Actually, no. We're going to get rid of that again. I'm going to go create 2D object sprites square, and this will be buy a boost button go, and we're just going to give it the I think it's this one. Yeah, we want to give it this sprite. Okay, and we're going to give it a 2D box collider, and we are, and I'm going to find a good place to put it, and see if the size, if it looks too big or too small when we're actually playing it. So I need to find. I think that's perfect size. Actually, no, maybe it is actually perfect size. So let's have a little look. See if we need to make it any bigger, because that's roughly where I'm looking to put it. The more that I look at it, I feel it could do with being twice as big, couldn't it? So I think we just use that information, and we just simply do this. If we make this 256 and apply, I've made it too small. So if we do the 64 and apply, now we can have a little look to see just like when you actually, when it comes up, is it going to be too big or too small? Because that looks like an okay size to have it. I just need to find a good place to put it, so that it's not going to be too obnoxiously in the way. Right. So let's just continue there. I think that looks okay. And the reason that I want it underneath there is because obviously it's to do, you're spending your Rumple tokens to buy the boost. So I just want to get sort of slightly better, sort of more rounded numbers of where the location is going to be. And then we can, our first thing is just to activate it to bring up a menu. And then we'll worry about the actual menu itself in a sec. So, right, yeah, that's good. So let's find out. So -6 and 0.5. I think that looks good. So -6 and 0.5. Okay, that's good to know. Right, so we are going to Just going to close a few things. In fact, before I forget, prefabs. I've got to remember where I put all the boost stuff. Title, boost stuff. Yeah, this still goes in with there. It's going to be, yeah, buy a boost button. And we probably better give it a script as well. So. I just got to work out. I've got to remember where I kept all the boost scripts, and then oh, here we go, just here. Right. So let's go create C# script. Buy a boost button script. Okay. So now we can give this one the script, and then we just want it to first of all just react to something. So let's edit this script. Oh, properties, I don't care about properties. Let's edit. There we go. Right, and I think we can give it button script. And what I want to do is oh yeah. Yeah, so Control C. We actually probably don't need an awful lot of this. In fact, oh yes, actually I've got a much easier method. Ignore all of that. If I close all but this, and we just go into the button script, we can just make a inherited function, which it's going to do straight at the beginning. So it will be protected override set up. Yeah, that's better. Okay, and now we just want to have button up sprite equals resources.load sprite, and then we'll find the location, and hopefully, because I've done this script earlier, this shouldn't be too hard to, this should just kind of work straight away. So this will be button down sprite, and we just want to fill in these gaps. So where are they all? Sprites, copy path, right, so this gets hold of the pink one, and this is just number 3. Alright, so now before I do anything too exciting or anything, I just want to check that when I press this button, it's going to by default be pink, but the like clicking on it is going to make it turn like the sort of grey colour. Let's just see if that works, and then we can kind of work with that. Oh, hold on. Okay. Oh yeah. Okay, yes it does. I have a feeling the hitbox, I haven't made the hitbox the correct size, but as I click on it, it goes like that, which is exactly what we're after. So now we just need to, before we do anything else, we want to, as we summon the town, we want to create the buy a boost button and put it in the right place. So that will be our next thing. So, prefabs, title, boost stuff. In fact, it's not too late to just put this here. I think this makes more sense. So let's go copy this path. Now we're going to delete this, and then title master. We've got the title master script, and we're going to have private game object by a boost button go, and then upon awake we're going to have by a boost button go equals resources dot load game object right. So now we have access to this thing in here. Now I'm going to do something quite similar. If we're at level 3 or greater, we're going to instantiate bio boost button go. And it looks like we even have the summon button, but I do want to set it new vector 3, and what did we decide? I think it was minus 6.0f 0.5 fy and quaternion.identity. And so, unless I'm mistaken, this might just work. What we will have to do is, at the moment we're Rumpel level, we need to make that 3, and then hopefully it'll all kind of come into shape. Right, this would be quite nice if this works. Okay, we got a bit of an error, but that's absolutely fine. Oh, I see the problem. Oh, of course, yeah, of course I see the problem. Yep, okay. I was really hoping this copy and paste would work, but we can't quite do this. We're going to have... we need access to the by a boost script. By a boost button script equals that, and then I know. Okay, no, I'll have to create the summon, but we can do it really easily. We can do it really, really easily. So let's go over here. All right. Okay, I'm going to use my new button. So this is where I can just have all of this up, right? But we're going to change this to summon, and we just need to rename this to summon routine, and then float, no, int chum equals mover.instance.fade sr button sr to color.white, and it will happen over, say, 0.25 seconds, which is fine. While, oh, actually, of course, I've got another, sorry, this one, right, is my other, that just saves me having to type all that out again. And the last thing we need to do is button sr.color equals color.clear. I want to, oh, let me have a little look. Oh, hang on a sec. Right, let me, it's right, we can get rid of that. I think I've already fixed the problem. Yeah, this is fine. It turns out I've got something that pretty much does it anyway. Okay, right, let's give this a try. Yeah, all we're looking to do is just make sure that when we start the title that it's going to come up and it's going to look brilliant. Right, so let's stop and then play again. Right. Okay, so this is all the stuff. Yeah, there we go. Right, and then, yeah. Yep, and we just want to make that hitbox a little bit bigger. So if we have a look at this, oh, it's just really small, isn't it? Size, that I think should just be 4 by 1. Okay, I'm so happy with that, I'm not going to worry. Okay, so how do we want the vending machine to appear? Let me try and work it out. So, what would be the best way to start all of this? Right, we need to have basically a separate game object somewhere that is that's able to manipulate how the vending machine sort of spawns and stuff. So what I kind of want to do, like I say, whenever you can use old code or you use code similar, I'm kind of intrigued. How do I actually create this whole thing? So if I click on there. We've got a boost menu, equip go. So I think I should have, and that in and of itself is an empty game object. Right, brilliant, fantastic. So what we need to do is create an empty. It's going to be 0, 0, 0, and we'll call this boost shop menu go. I think that looks good. And then now this is going to be a big big routine where we're going to just create everything that we want to create. But before we continue with that, we need to actually put the individual like vending machine stuff together. But all of this will be fun, so don't worry. Right. Okay. So where are we? Right. So we got not there. Resources, prefabs, title boost stuff. Yeah, we can put this in here. So boost shop menu script is what we need to attach to it. Create boost shop menu script, and this is going to be a kind of big daddy script that that creates the whole menu and has the ability to unsummon it as well. So and given that I'm trying to work sort of slightly more if we actually go into there and then give it that, then we have this script. Edit. I've given it the wrong script. Boost shop menu script. Okay. Okay, I think that's better. Okay. Edit this script. So we need to, there's a few things we need to do. But before we do any of that, we actually need to create the individual like vending machine things. So this should be okay. This should be fine. Right. So create empty. No. Yeah. Actually, no. We do want to create an empty. This will be individual vending machine slot go. That's quite a long name. I realise that. I appreciate that. So we need create 2D object sprite square. This will be I'm just going to call it back SR. 2D objects sprite square boost SR. Sprite square. This will be front SR and 2D object sprite button SR. Okay, right, now we just need to fill in all these gaps. Let's go. I always like to have this just as 0. Oh. All of these need to be 0, and this I want to have at the center of the screen so we know what we're looking at. So the back is going to, let's see if I've got it. Nope, I was hoping it was going to be somewhere obvious. I just need to find the sprites and drag them on as I sort of go. So I think all of these can afford to be, I think, Frontier. So the back it will be, let's have that as 5, 6, 7, and 8. And we just need to find the sprites to put them all in. Because I have got them, I just haven't, like, yeah, I just need to fit it in. Right, so this is where, I apologise, my head might get in the way of all of this. Maybe not, maybe not. So what we want is this one to go there. The boost itself, we're going to put this one here. No, not that one. We want to put this one here. And then we'll have to alter the size eventually. So this front bit is this one. And the button is going to be this one. Okay, so it's just the boost that we need to just make sure that we've got it the correct size. So there's nothing super elegant about how I'm going to do this, but let's go rotate 90 degrees, maybe not 190 degrees, maybe 270 degrees there. And hopefully when we actually, right, I think the scale is going to be 2:2. Yeah, that almost fits in, but not quite. But that's okay. That's still fine. Because we want it ideally about there. And then the height 0.9. I think that's fine. Ah, no, 0.9. Right. Okay. So that is roughly what it is going to look like, and obviously we'll change it for whatever the sprite that we're making is. So I think before I actually continue, my main job right now is to just see if we can create a buyer boost menu where we have like all 10 boosts, and what we want as well at the bottom is the grate. And I don't know what we should call it. I think I'm going to call it vending machine grate. Okay, so create empty vending machine grate game object. And we're going to create a 2D object sprite square. This will be back SR. Let me move this. Oh, actually, hold on. I need to. down. Okay, right, and yeah, we're looking to kind of kit it out the same way that we've kitted this one out. At the moment, like I said, I've not attached any code to it, but we'll get there. We'll get there. So that's going to be the back, and I think we just need the grate. Actually, no, because we need the boost can SR. So create 2D object sprite square. Like I say, it'll make sense eventually. I'm not super great at explaining things on the go. Boost cans SR. And create 2D object sprite square. This will be grate SR. Okay. So I believe this is the one that we want. So that's for the back. And before I continue, we're going to make all of these Frontier 5, 6, and 7. Okay. Fair enough. Feels like Nightbot is doing his thing. Right. So now we're going to put the grate, which is I think this one, and the boost can itself we're just going to have as one of these, and then we need to rotate it. So 90. Yeah, and I think this is kind of roughly what we're looking to go for. So when you order a can, this one is going to suddenly appear, and then the grate is going to kind of pull open. So I think that looks quite good. I think that's okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Right. So now we need to essentially we're going to create 10 of these, which are representative of all of the cans that you can get, along with a vending machine at the bottom. Now, I think we just make a start. Okay, right. What's our best thing? First of all, we need to make both of these. In fact, we need to both give them both individual scripts. First, right. How do we do that? So, title scripts, create C# scripts. We're going to have individual vending machine slot script, individual vending machine slot script. And create C# script. Then vending machine grate script. Okay. All right. So, and the more I actually look at it, I think we need a price. What we kind of want to do on here, we want to have, like where the button is, we want to have the a little bit of text saying how much it costs. So on the button there, Do I actually attach it to the button itself? Create 3D object text. I don't know. Actually, you know what? So that I've got a bit of continuity, I'm going to have a look because I know there's other times where I've got. I just want to see what I do on the other times. So I've got this upgrade button somewhere. Let me have a little look. So yeah, so it looks like I do attach it to the button. That's fine. So upon this button here, we're going to create a 2D object sprite square, and it will be Frontier and 9, and we want it to be the Rumple token sprite. So I think this is the key one that we're after. Obviously this one needs to be a little bit smaller. So 0.25. And oh yeah. Right. I think that seems like a reasonable size. And we want, let's just see if I can just get the numbers a little bit. So 1.5, 1.6. Yeah, 1.55 seems reasonable. So this will be Rumple token SR. And we want to create 3D text. And this will just be, say, 50. We're going to change it to our classic Rumple token thing, and rather annoyingly, we can't actually get it in front, but that's fine. So that will be middle center and center, and yeah, like I say, kind of gutting that we can't, there's no way of us manipulating it so that we can have it in front. So we're just going to have to see what the text looks like when it arrives, and then see like how we need to move it around. But that should be okay. Right, so we've done all of the sort of the designing part, but we haven't actually done any of the programming parts, really. So where do we go from here? Okay. This will be Rumple TM. Actually, yeah, just cost TM. Okay, so we have made the scripts. We need to add them, and then we need to start creating them, which will be fun, hopefully. Let's do one last little thing, which should be okay. This one here, I'm going to add, no, in fact, we can add it to here. We're going to add component box collider. And now we actually want the box collider to just cover the actual button part. Yeah, okay. Right, so I think this is fine. Let's go make these prefabs. Remember where I'm putting everything. Title, boost stuff. Yeah, this looks good. And let's go give them the scripts that we made, even though we haven't done anything to them. So vending machine, great script. An individual. individual. Right. Okay. So, so with that in mind, one thing that I'm also going to do, just for when I'm coding later, we can get rid of this one, but I'm just going to go duplicate this, and I'm going to work out what the actual difference is, so that it just summons exactly afterwards, and it is, look at that, perfect one. So that's what I thought it was, but I wanted to check that. So, and oh yeah, and what is it to get to the right of it? It looks like it's exactly 4. Okay, so we just start as we mean to go on. Okay. Let's go copy this path. Right. Boost menu shop script. So this is the big daddy one. We're going to have public bool busy, void awake, private game object, individual vending slot game object, and individual vending slot game equals resources dot load game object. Right, cool. So this is just getting access to it. We can't do anything with it. All we can do is just create it. But we'll get to that bit in a sec. And we also want the private game object, and we want I'll just call it great game object. Great game object equals resources dot load game object. And it'll be this one. Now we're going to use our function again, and it will actually be of use. Right, there we go. Okay, so this will be, I'm just going to have it as summon, and we're going to rename this to summon routine. Alright, now we're going to start putting together, in fact let's do little green notes as to everything we want. Create blocker, create individual vending slots, create great, create back button, and then we'll work out what else we need to create as we sort of go through it. So create blocker. Now somewhere I had a really nice way of just creating a blocker. I can't remember actually how I did it now. Because yeah, so when you have a sort of grey screen that blocks anything else from being pressed, that's what I'm looking to do first, and then we put everything else on top of that. So I've just got to kind of find it, to be honest. It's not here. Let me just let's go find it. Let me just quickly find out where it is. In fact, if I put it here. Yes, okay. We just want to copy this. This is fine. This is all we need. I'll keep this one around because we might need it for later. So, boost menu shop. So the first thing here, I'm simply going to go Control V. That creates the blocker. And we should, the reason we're getting a red squiggly line is because it doesn't know what this blocker script is. So we can just have private blocker script underscore blocker script. So now we've got access to this blocker script, which is going to create the blocker. Right, now we need to create the individual slots. So what we should do is have something like because I'm thinking whatever our Rumpletown level is roughly how many boosts you can have. So I will for it's I equals 0, I less than, and it actually is 10 here. Instantiate and let's go get access to it as well. So public, it's public individual slot scripts. What's wrong with that? Maybe I need to put the array bit afterwards. I always forget where I need to do that. So here I'm creating an array, and even regardless of whether they're locked or not, we still want to create a sprite there. So I'm going to have slot scripts equals new and for the time being we're always going to create specifically 10 and we're going to instantiate x equals minus 2 if I modulus 2, oh no, not percent, I modulus 2 is equal to 1, x equals 2, int y equals, we want it as high up as possible, so equals 3. This will all make sense eventually. Equals 3 minus I I'm not doing this quite as well as I could be. Let's try and work out. Okay, let's put this together first. So slot scripts I equals instantiate and we probably want a base trans as well. So I'm sort of mumbling to myself here, but we are getting there. Public transform base trans get private set. Okay, so this is getting access to our base trans, and we want to have base trans equals get component transform. Hold on, yeah, because all I'm looking to do is have I kind of want to make it so that you have a one, then one next to it, and then it sort of goes down. So there's going to be a sort of 2 by 5 grid, and I know I messed up the numbers here somewhere. Oh, actually, no. Let's go make this a lot easier on ourselves. Int x equals 4 minus I. Int y equals int y equals that. Int x equals minus 2, and then if I is greater or equal to 5, y minus equals I, x equals 2. Okay, right. I don't think that's right, but we'll see. So instantiates individual vending slot go, new vector 3, x comma y, base trans. Is that actually? It's not quite legal. I've got to remember the actual order that we can do that. So Control X. Oh no, we just need to do that one. Okay, that's fine. So we just need to have okay. All right. Yeah, this is ugly at the moment, but this should be fine. So this is essentially creating all of them. We're not doing anything with them. We're just creating them. So this should be fine. Let's go with this so far. So yeah, we haven't created the grades yet, but we want to just see roughly what this looks like, and then see where we are from there. Okay, so bio boost button script, protected override void activate. Yes, okay. If, and then we should have a private I enumerator activate routine busy equals true, busy equals false, and boost shop menu script equals. Actually, we're going to come back to that. One sec. Instantiate resources dot load game object. So we're essentially the whole thing that's going to create the menu is what we're looking to create on the fly, which is what we're going to do here. I just need to actually turn this into a prefab that we can get access to. That's one thing that I kind of forgot to do. That's all we actually need. Dot get component shop menu script. Shop menu script dot summon while shop menu script dot busy. Okay, all right, we're getting there. All right, fantastic. Okay, start coroutine. Let's just okay, we just need to fill this spot up here. So all right, we actually do have it, so we just need to get rid of this one here, and it's this one. Okay, copy path. Now there's quite a lot of things that can go wrong, and we've still got quite a way to go. But we're actually, this should hopefully at least work to a certain extent. I'll get a rough idea. Like I say, making a bad version and then making a better version is how it's the best way to go. Right, I'm gonna grab some coffee while we're waiting for everything to load up. Right. Okay. Right, so what are we hoping to happen? We press this, then everything sort of gets slightly faded, and then we see 10 of these vending machines get summoned in a really perfect order. They're all going to look the same, but let's see. It's not bad, not bad. Obviously, I was hoping to see 10 of them, not 5. So we've got to work out what's happened and why there's only 5. How did that happen? Okay, I've obviously done part of the maths wrong. I think I know what I've done wrong. But that's okay. That's a lot closer. That's actually a really good start, though. I'm happy with that. Don't think it'll be over here. I've changed a Y when I should have changed an X. So. I think that's it. Let's see if that works. Right. Let's go. Okay, oh sorry, I meant to. Right, it's starting to sort of take a bit of shape. That's better. Okay, but what we're actually looking to do is now that we've kind of got this far, we can then because what's going to happen eventually is we're going to press a button and it will order whatever the can is, and maybe have another thing here saying what the various different cans do. Obviously, we've only got one sprite, but we can change that quite easily. But that is roughly okay. We have actually made this is a good sort of landmark moment. So we probably want... so I kind of want the vending machine to be at the bottom there. So let's go public vending machine great button script. Great script. And I should have actually worked it. I think, is it 5? Yeah. So great script equals instantiate great script. No. Instantiate great go. Great go dot get component vending machine great script. And then great script. Oh yeah. New vector 3. That's going to be naught f, comma. I think it's just 5.0f. Quaternion.identity and base trans. Okay. Right, so this should create the great script at ideally the correct place. Let's go find out. And then we're going to, yeah, like I said, get on to actually making all these things do things. Let's have a quick look at something. Oh yeah, I haven't changed this one. So it needs to be, this one here, I'll need to change to being on the front, but that's okay. I think it's one too low, isn't it? Oh. Did I not save it? Oh. Oh, that's why. Okay. I must have just forgot to delete this bit. So that's fine. And I didn't save it. Okay, I think this looks good though. This should be okay. I think it's -2, but it'll be much easier to guess at -2, and then if we get it wrong, just put it in the correct place. Right, that's good. I was going to do something else. So, buy a boost button. Let's go put this as front and 2, just so it goes in front of the town and it doesn't feel like it's behind everything. Okay. Ah, yes. Okay. I've clearly done it one too low. So if that was -1, I think that looks good. And let's just hypothetically, I'm just sort of spitballing ideas here. I'm coming up with ideas. I don't know if this is going to look any better. Because that would probably look a little bit more complete if it really sort of covered the full side. Yeah, you know what? Let's have it that way. I might regret this, but nope, wrong one. So let's have a little, nope, not quite. Let's just do that last little change. This one here needs to be a 1. And see if this is roughly what we're going for. Right, and then we can start putting things together. Yeah, okay. Right, so now what are we looking to do next? We ideally, as you upgrade, things that upgrade along with your town, like when you upgrade your town, is more boosts become available. So I need to have a good sort of system as to what level you get all the boosts. So I think so if we get out of here, I need to essentially just create a few little things, which shouldn't take too long. Mainly just so I've got a bit of a sort of guideline. So here we go. And we've just got to remember the name of all the boosts, which shouldn't be too hard. Let's go keep this over here. Benson's, OJ and wine are now available in the buy a boost shop. In the boost shop. Okay. And we're just working our way through here. So we've got Royal Punch and Grobbler. Splendor and Lucette. I'm doing this so like kind of I can now kind of like essentially alter my individual shop buttons when individual vending slot when I get to there. And I feel if I write all this down, this will just be a much better sort of marker for me. Splendor and Lucette are now available. Case 10. Right, that's looking good. Okay, we're getting all these green squiggly lines because the moment you return, it means it stops the function altogether. So these are completely redundant. Okay. Right. Okay, so with that knowledge in mind, now that I've kind of got that in my head, we can now go back to the individual go to definition. Right. So there's a lot of things that we actually need to pay attention to, and we might not necessarily need all of them, but I'd rather get hold of them. I'd rather have them and not need them. So this is the individuals. I called it mashing. You know what? Right, the you're gonna have to trust me when I say the concept of changing that to an E is so difficult that we are just going to be stuck with that, and I'm fine with that. Again, this is going to be one of those sort of moments where someone looks back and is like, I wonder, oh, he misspelt here. The reason being is because I've seen that it's misspelt, and me trying to change it is going to be far too difficult. I'm just going to live with it. That's I'm gonna have to just live with that stain forever. He's spelt it matching instead of machine, and just got to live with it. Okay, so what do we need? We need a public transform base trans public sprite renderer back sr public sprite renderer, and I kind of want to have the let me just get to this individual. We just want to, so back, boost, front, button. Yeah, so we need all of these things basically, and I've just got to remember them. Boost SR, public sprite renderer, front SR, renderer, button SR. This will be rumpole SR, public text mesh, cost TM. What else do we need? I think that's all we need for the time being. So, and actually let's have a public int cost int. Okay, so void awake base trans equals get component transform. In fact, let's go make it easy on ourselves. Transform all trans equals get components in children transform. Okay, so now we basically we're getting all the transforms. So now we can just go all trans 0 back SR equals all trans 1 . Oh, I see. I didn't need the transforms at all. Yeah, let me change all of that. Equals. Right, so this gets hold of all the sprite renderers. This one we'll just stick to what it was originally. Yep. Okay. Oh yeah. Yes, nice. Okay, Betty is doing really well. Okay, very nice. There's only one text mesh. So cost TM equals get component in children text mesh, and we want to make sure that we've got it set to, so the cost So we need to set the sorting layer to Frontier and the order layer to 9, which shouldn't be too hard. So and we need to have a public mesh renderer cost mr. Cost mr equals get component in children mesh renderer. We're doing all of this purely so that the text kind of goes in front of the button, because at the moment it's way behind and you won't be able to see it. It's because it's behind other sprites. So now this gets hold of the mesh renderer, and then we're just going to go cost mr dot sorting layer name equals, and I think I called it Frontier, and cost mr dot sorting order equals 9, and for the time being cost tm dot text equals, I'm just going to have 50. This is just a sort of temporary thing. Okay. Now, we've also, at some point down the line, we've got to discuss how much each of these boosts are going to cost. So overall, as you get further down and you unlock more boosts, the later boosts are generally better and more expensive, but they're not going to be directly better. You know, it's not going to be a it's not as though one is going to be directly better than the other, but generally they're going to get better. So they're going to cost more. But obviously, as you progress through the game, you'll be able to build up Rumple tokens a lot easier. So what we kind of want to do in this Rumple level master script, we're going to go Control MO, boost info. So one thing that's quite nice is I have, if you look at all of this, I've come up with a rough idea as to what each boost does. So Mild Cola is you can add a random level 2 card to your deck. I won't go through the whole thing, but like this is what they do. So we can actually have another function here, which will be public string. No, public int get boost cost int boost. So I'm going to do something similar, so we can put in either an integer or a boost type, and it will still come up with the same thing. That'll just make life a lot easier. I mean, what I actually should do, you know what? Let's go make life really easy. It's a little bit lazy, but I think it's probably going to be the most time-saving thing. We're going to go Control C. We're just going to copy and paste it and just change all the bits that we don't need. So this is going to be called get boost cost, and it's going to return an int. This will be return boost cost int, and here's where this is where the big decision is. How much are we going to charge everything? I think 20, 30. It's not just going to go up by 10. OJ, it's going to be 50. Obviously, this is going to be very easy to change as and when we need, but just kind of making numbers up as we go along, really. 150. 2 200, 300, and 400. Return 200. Okay. Right, why have I done all this? This is so that when we are when we're summoning these, we can, when we're actually summoning this, we're going to give it all the relevant information that we need. So and what we can do as well is public bool is boost unlocked, and here we're going to have boost type, boost type. Here we're going to have int boost int. Okay. Okay, right, I think we're there. So at the moment, we're just assuming they're all true, but we know later we can fill this in and do a bunch of stuff. But that's more like, I want to have that that sort of ready. This one, as I say, the bit of code that I'll need to put in isn't too difficult. It's partially why I was making, let's have a look, where are we? Get level up info. So what we can actually do is, you know, it's so little effort that I could just do it now, couldn't I? Yeah, this won't take too long. Right. Wicked. Right. So, first, let's music stop. Ah, I need music. Let's just try and get music happening again. Even if it's like quite generic, forgettable music, I need it to keep me going. Yeah. Oh, I think actually it was working. It was just on a quiet bit. Okay, apologies. Right. I'm assuming so anyway. Yeah, no, this is just a really quiet bit of the song. That's fine. Okay. So if yeah, so switch boost int case 0 case 1 break if rumple level is greater or equal to 3, return true. So 2 and 3, that would be 4. 4 and 5 is going to be 6. 6 and 7, 8 and 8 and 9. It's going to be 10. Right, there's probably a cleaner way of doing this. But what's happening is we're working out, we're going to check each boost, like mild cola, and it will work out if we're the correct level. It will return true, otherwise it's going to return false, which will be utilised soon. And what we probably need as well is so boost sprites. Yes, okay. So we want boost. We want to do almost exactly the same thing here, but we want to have the vending machine, so like the rectangle, not the actual picture of the boost can, but just the thing. So public sprite. I think if we just call it boost the vending machine sprites, and now boost VM sprites equals resources dot load all sprites in a particular place, which we'll find in just a sec. This is really good. I'm so much more productive with things when I'm actually doing streams. It's like it does feel quite, yeah, it feels quite nice to actually kind of like actually really properly be making progress. So we've got boost sprites. So it's these ones are the ones that we're after. So let's copy this path. And what we can actually do is so we've got guess, but these two functions here we can copy and get almost exactly the same. So this is going to be get boost VM sprites. I think that's all we need to do. So this little function here that I've just added means that we've got access to the boost vending machine sprites. So, okay, right, why have I done all that? So now, when we have a public void summon... Oh, no, wait. Get rid of all that. Let's just do the coroutine. Let's just put all this in. I'm just really fast at typing. Oh yes, of course, actually. We need to have a busy, don't we? So public bool busy. Okay. Right. So we'll change the... rename this to summon routine, and this will be summon, and we want int boost int. Okay, and think it can't do too much harm to have a public boost type. Kind of want that to be underscore just to be on the safe side. And we're going to use this is an argument to get in here. Right, so now when we're summoning, we just need to get all the relevant information to get everything to work. Like I say, step by step. So, how would we go from here? So first of all, I want to have a float summon speed, and then for I equals naught, I less than I'm looking at this. It would be incredibly convenient if we just had this as a if we just had access to this. I've just made this as a temporary variable, but even though we've got access to them all individually, why not go make life a little bit easier on ourselves and Control C. I think that looks good. So now we have got access to that. Why do we want all that? Because we can just go all srs.length, and we just want to make them all clear so that they suddenly they sort of appear quickly. So all srs I dot color equals color dot clear. Okay. Now, let me try and work this out. So here is where we're going to kind of work out what the sprite is going to be. So if rumple level master script dot instance dot is a boost ready. Is that what I called it? It's not that. Is boost unlocked? Is boost unlocked? Boost int. Boost type equals boost type of yeah. So we're just basically saying here is the integer we're putting in, and we're now turning this integer into the boost type that it's going to be. Okay, all right. So if it is unlocked, then sort out the sprites. Cool guy, rock and roll. How's it all going? Yeah, you caught me like right in the middle of trying to sort out something quite sort of technical. But yes, wicked. Yeah, nice. Thanks for stopping by. I'll show you roughly what I'm working on in a sec. So this one here, I'm just gonna do little green notes. I mean, I would say try to avoid using Python altogether. Is it what loops is it that you're using? Is it a while loop or a for loop, or yeah, there's. Oh yeah. So now I can only show you as far as I could, yeah, because I don't know exactly the syntax when it comes to for loops for Python, but I can give you a rough. So I think it's actually kind of the same as Python. You've got to be really careful when you're using while loops. The reason being is, let's just say you had while. I'm just going to create something like int x equals 0, and then you have while x is less than, say, 10, and you have x. And are you aware of using plus plus as well? Because yeah, that what's going to happen here. Not that there's actually anything that's really going to happen, but so part of why I dislike Python is because you can't use curly brackets. Because curly brackets just make it a lot clearer as to what is in the loop and what is not. Whereas for Python, you have to rely on these indentations, and sometimes they are converted as spaces, and it just gets incredibly confusing. But you want to make sure that if you've got any code after this, let's just say int Greg, Greg equals 4, whatever, right? That the actual part of the loop is actually inside, right? But the reason I say, in fact, if I do something like this, this will make it just a little bit clearer. Yeah, that's fine. It's just, the problem is let's just say hypothetically, I didn't have this, right? Then what would happen here is literally you would freeze the entire computer. Everything would break down because this condition will never ever get met, right? And the entire computer will try and put everything into processing power, being like a while, but it's going to be in here forever, and it will crash anything. I have been renowned to doing that quite a few times on stream. That's why you've got to be really properly careful of while loops. You've always got to make sure there is a sort of a get out clause. When it comes to for loops, I've actually used a few. I've used a for loop here. Now, I don't know, like I say, when it comes to Python, I'm not exactly sure the syntax, but I'll explain roughly what's going on in all of these things. You need basically, the problem with for loops is the way you put it together is different to every other thing in programming, because the fact that it's separated with a semicolon doesn't make an awful lot of sense to me. But you are essentially, first of all, saying this integer, we're creating an integer called I, and it equals 0, right? And then we want, the number of times we want to do it is, while the this particular thing is less, well, I is less than that. And then at the end of every loop, I is going up by 1 every time. But obviously, if this is whatever this number is, this could be, say, it could be anything, but you have to make sure that it can always reach that. I definitely prefer using for loops because it always feels like it will come to an end. However, if I were to do something like minus minus, then this would create another soft lock because this I is only ever going to get lower and lower and lower, and it will always be less than that. So every part of the computer will be trying to will be lowering this number, wondering why it's always still lower than this, and it will create another soft lock. But overall, all of these loops, when you have actually finally clicked and it makes sense, it's properly. That's all right, no worries. It's properly satisfying when you can finally get a good sort of loop to work. The only problem, yeah, like I say, Python is a little bit more. It's not exactly this syntax, but it looks similar to this. And it just took me a while to realise that you've got to separate each bit with a semicolon. Anyway, sorry, I'll stop dribbling. But yeah, anyway, I thought I'd quickly sort of show that because I do know that pain of not quite getting all of the sort of loops. There are other loops as well, but yeah, I can't be bothered with them. Right, so probably don't need int Grig. So I'm just going to put here int. In fact, here we can just have back sr dot sprite equals resources dot load. Kind of want about here. I'm going to have public sprite action sprites, because I want it to do a different thing regardless of whether, if it's locked, and I still want to have a little animation occur, but we're going to worry about that later. We just need to make sure these action sprites are set. So at this point here we're going to have action sprites equals resources dot load all sprites in a particular place, and all we need to do is we need to find out, because I want all the locked sprites to have here, because if it's unlocked, great. If it's not, then we get the locked sprites, and then we're going to kind of come back to that. So vending machine, create, we're going to have a folder, button, sprites, and create folder locked sprites. So these are the locked ones. Probably slightly misleading because it looks like it's about to unlock, but that's okay. Let's worry about that later. So now we've got access to these, let's go copy this path. Okay, so the locked one should be a bit easier to do. What are all the things that we want to do? We essentially want to have back sr.sprite equals action sprites 0. Okay, so that's setting that one up. And then we're going to have int chum equals mover.instance.fade sr to color, back sr, we want to turn it to color.white, and that will be our summon speed. And then I've got my okay right, yes, that's really useful. Okay, so all that's going to happen here is it's not going to, we've made them all clear except for this back sprite, which we're going to set to the locked thing, and it's going to fade it in. So that should be fine. This one's going to be a bit more complicated. Okay. So we set all of this. Now we want boost sr dot sprite equals, we've got access to our rumpletown.instance.get boost VM sprite, which we can actually do that, I believe. Yeah, that's fine. So now we are setting this sprite here, and now we're going to have Control C. we're going to have a little for loop where we just make everything just like go from clear to opaque. So int chum equals mover dot instance dot fade sr to color. Get rid of all that. We don't need that. Color is going to be color dot white, and the time to take is going to be summon speed. And then I'm just going to do my beautiful. Oh, it's so useful. Yeah, I've got a new Stream Deck, which is just perfect. I can just press a button and it does a little bit of code, which I use a lot. So that's a big quality of life change. Although we don't actually want that here. We can go Control C. Get rid of that there. Oh yeah, what am I doing? Let me just try and work out how this... Oh yeah, that's fine. So right at the beginning, we're just going to have about here, int chum equals 0. We don't need that. So that's going to set everything up. It's going to hopefully get the right image, and then we're kind of on our way. So now that we've done this, we're one step closer. I don't think we need this anymore, but we do want this. So at this point here, we're creating the slots, and what we want to do is have slot scripts I dot summon, and I think we can just put I there as an argument, so that will hopefully cycle through all the sprites. And we kind of want to have a little wait as well somewhere, so float time equals 0, while time is less than 0.1f, time plus equals time dot delta time, yield return null, and time minus equals 0.1f. So this is just making sure every 1/10 of a second, it's waiting a 1/10 of a second between each time we summon a thing, just to make it look a little bit nicer. And I kind of want to done something, I don't know what I've done. Nope, everything's fine, we're back in, everything's fine. What I kind of want to do, I want to do something similar here as well. So let's go at this point here, we're going to have float time equals 0, and over here, Control C, yeah, okay, all right. So we haven't actually created the great thing yet, but we can have while. Oh yes! Oh yes! Right, let's rock. Okay. All right. Welcome. All right. Don't worry. Okay. Let me. Right. So KO2 fan has redeemed cube time. So right, if I go on to somewhere, just me. Right, rock and roll. How is everyone doing? Okay, so I have got Rubik's Cube here, and we have. I'm just going to mess it up as much as I can. All right, now one of my skills in life is I'm quite good at solving Rubik's cubes. So here is the cube. I'm trying to I want to make sure that it's in the screen as much as possible. So I'm going to... Oh no, the light's already on. I can't use that as an excuse to not do it. So anyway, I'm trying to work out... I don't actually have a stopwatch per se. But what we can do... Actually, no, it is quite... Anyway, right, so this is a mixed up cube. And you'll get to hopefully see it solved live on stream. Right, 3, 2, 1, here we go. I'm trying to sort of like not make my hands sort of covered too much. There we are. Boom. Yes. Oh yes. Oh yes. Very nicely redeemed. Let's rock. And yeah, if ever you needed sort of tips, I'm actually tempted to make some YouTube videos. Anyway, let's get let's get my ugly mug off the screen. Because I'm quite. Yeah, it's like kind of because I think I would be able to explain just from a very logical standpoint how to solve. Oh, when you hold on, when you say 16-sided, do you mean? Oh gosh, do you mean actually as in there's 16 sides, or do you mean as in a 16 by 16 by 16 cube? Either way, I don't think I can do it. Incidentally, I have done a 7 by 7 cube. Which it does take me about an hour to an hour and a half, but you can do it. It's quite satisfying when you finally get it. Yeah, but 16 by 16. Oddly enough, cubes of that size, they become exponentially more difficult to make. So it's like anything bigger than say something like a 9 by 9. The actual engineering needed to actually get everything to work is incredibly difficult. Oh wow, did he actually have a real 16 by... Oh my gosh. Yeah, I can do... yeah, I think the 5 by 5 I can do actually quite quickly. I can do in like 5 minutes. 5 to 10 minutes. But like the other interesting thing as well is, and this is a whole thing that you might not have even considered, is with... let me see if I'll go on to Just Me again. If you think with a Rubik's Cube, right, all of these like central pieces they're always going to stay the same. So this green will always be opposite the blue there, right? However, when you get into a 4x4 or any cube where it's got an even number of things, you actually have to kind of off on the fly create where you want these central pieces to be. Because a 5x5 is much easier in that respect because you know there is a central piece which you can work around. So if you've got someone who can actually do like a 16 by 16, like as in that's more difficult than a 17 by 17 because you don't 16 by 16s you don't have a central piece to work with. Because obviously if you had to break all of this up, you'd have a core of these pieces. And because of that, you can run into what are called parity errors. Anyway, sorry, I'm boring you. I do apologise. You're like, oh, but I thought I would, give you a bit of my cubing knowledge. But that's, yeah. I mean, how big was it? It must have been enormous, 16 by 16. But yeah. I really, yeah, no, that is actually true because like the 4x4 is surprisingly difficult because you have like to actually get it to mostly solved. I'll see if I mean, don't worry, this isn't, I'm not like, I'll put this on. So I'm going to try and sort of create the issue that you get. So what you'll have in a 4x4, you'll have everything solved except for one piece like this, or it'll be two pieces together, will be flipped the other way. And it is an absolute nightmare trying to get that single bit flipped back. So it's like even though it's quite difficult to comprehend because the central pieces can be wherever you want. It makes everything so much more complicated. That's why I way prefer doing a 5x5 to a 4x4. Right, anyway, that was a lot of fun. Thank you for redeeming that. Brilliant. Right, I've pressed the button again. Didn't mean to press that. Right. Anyway, so now what I can do as well is kind of want that. I just want to make sure here we're going to do a little safety thing here. This will be slot scripts dot length, and then while slot scripts dot busy yield return null. Right. Okay. So I think we're kind of on our way now. We've got. Sorry, just quickly switch this bad boy on. Sorry, yeah. So this is just essentially waiting for all the slots to be summoned. Right, so we want to kind of have a look at what that is looking like. I feel there must be actually a bit which I'm missing. Let's see if we've got any error messages. If not, let's just see where we're at. Okay. Right, there's quite a few things that can go wrong. And I think I've got rid of, so buy a boost. Okay, that's all right. That's all right. I'm okay with that. So because we're only level 3, only these ones are unlocked. We obviously need to we need to sort out other things here. So what I should do is on prefabs. On here, so I'm going to go into this one. What we want to do is we want to just make that nothing. We want to empty that for the time being. But that was good. That's exactly what I was looking to achieve. Right. So, what are we doing? We were making an individual thing. We have summoned everything. And just to be on the safe side as well. Oh, of course. What we also need to do is we've made the all SR clear, but we haven't made our TM. I forgot what I called it. It's cost TM. Cost TM dot color equals color dot clear. So we're setting that to clear because it only needs to come a light here, and we can just go. We can just use this and change bits of the text. Oh. So this will be change TM over here. It will be cost TM, and to be fair, with that knowledge in mind, we don't really need this at all. But so we set the sprites there. We also want to have cost TM dot cost int equals Rumbletown Levermaster script dot instance dot get boost cost boost type, and then cost tm dot text equals cost int dot toString. Okay, so what should happen now is the numbers will go up. Well, they'll look at what the cost they should be, and then we're getting there. So that's that bit done. We haven't actually made these do anything, but what I kind of want to do is actually make a back button before anything else, because sorry, I'm just sort of talking out. I want to make a back button first, so so that way we can kind of look at the menu and then go back. So that's where we're going to go next. And what's the easiest way of doing this? I don't know, but let's go. Let me actually. You know what? I need to very quickly go to the toilet. I'll be right back. Right, oh, wicked, cool. See how I did that so smoothly without any problem at all? Yeah, that's my Stream Deck for you. That's brilliant. Right, so where were we? Right, we are looking to create a sprite here, which we're just going to call vending machine back button go. We want to. I'm pretty sure I just have a good sprite somewhere. I was hoping it was gonna. Right, is it? Is it just going to appear? Am I going to find it, or is it going to be a bit of a pain? Because I've got a. Must be around here. Oh no! I know it's around here somewhere. Right. Because I've just got to work. This is it. Right. I think it's actually this one. Yeah. Okay. Right. So let's go Frontier and 5. Should be fine. We're going to create a script. Create C# script. Vending machine back button script. Right. And we're going to attach this one here. And I think button script. This will probably make it a little bit easier. So now that we've got that, we can have protected override set up, and we want so let's go find all these references. I've got to remember exactly how I normally do it. Yeah, that looks fine. So we can just kind of copy this, but obviously put in the correct sprites. And what I should do as well. So let's go button sr dot sprite equals button up sprite, but let's go fill these in correctly. So it's over here. This is what we're after. So that's the up one and that's the down one. We're going to copy this path. And that's number 12. Number 12. Okay, so this should be fine here. Protected override activate. And I'm going to have another public void get set vending menu script. Set vending menu script. And we want, and I've forgotten what I called it. What's the main script that I've been working on for ages? Boost shop. I think it's this one, isn't it? Boost shop menu script. Okay. I'll just have it as set scripts. Boost shop menu script. And we're going to have a. This one can be private actually. Private boost shop menu script. I always like to put an underscore to make it easier. So underscore boost shop menu script equals that. Okay. If let me come back to this actually. So what we're looking to do now is in this boost shop menu script, as well as making, so we've made all the individual like vending slots, and then we've created the grate, which we haven't done much with, admittedly. But then we're going to create the back button. Here we go. Yeah. So I've actually still kind of relatively kept it within the green stuff. So we need to create the back button, and then we need to have an unsummon routine, which it'll be a bit of a mission, but it's fine. It's fine. It won't take too long. Okay. So what are we going to do first? Let's go. So this has got the vending machine back button. We want to chuck this in our prefabs. Title. Oh no, that's right. Prefabs. Title, boost stuff. And then copy path. private game object back button go, back button go equals resources dot load game object. So now we've got, once I've put this one in here, we've got access to my back button that I've just created. But it occurs to me, what I want the back button to do is unsummon this, this particular boost shop. But I haven't even created an unsummon thing yet, so I need to kind of do one step at a time, really. So, do I? Because I've always made a point of trying to make things like when I don't like to just destroy something. I like to kind of make it slowly, like fade away, even if it's quick to fade away. I always like to sort of make it fade away. And I don't know if I think I should. So we're going to have void. Oh yes, no, right, here we go. Ah, yes. I love that, by the way. That is such a big quality of life. So this will be rename to summon, and here we're going to have unsummon. Okay. That has made life a lot easier for me. Oh, I tell you what, yeah, so it's actually Lakia who recommended a Stream Deck. I literally had no idea what it was. But the fact that you could even put your own pictures on, it looks, yeah, it's just really nice. Right, so we've got the unsummon. We want to, now that we've got this bit done, we actually now need to go into these individual vending slots. And have public. Oh yeah. Yep. Here we're going to rename this to summon, and that will be summon. And at the end of it all, we're going to go destroy game object. You know what? We're going to fill this in nicely later. In fact, I'll put a little debug here, just saying debug.log make unsummon look better. And somewhere, where are we? Don't need that. Go to definition. Let me just right at the bottom here. We probably want a public bool busy. And we're going to do more stuff with this. This is the vending grate where you get a can. I've got a lot of plans for it, but for the time being, I just want to give it an unsummon. So once we've created it, we can then destroy it. So the back button works. Okay. Right. Right, where are we up to now? So, if we go back onto the booth menu shop, the unsummon part, we're going to have, we can just copy this. This is most of what we need. Control C, Control V, slot scripts dot unsummon. We can probably just put this bit in as well. it's nice just to copy bits from, you know, useful bits from earlier. So Control C. So that will unsummon all of those, and we're just going to have great script dot unsummon and then we want underscore blocker script dot unsummon while underscore blocker script dot busy yield return null. Okay. And we haven't actually worked out where we're going to put the back button, but I kind of want it on the left somewhere. And then right after all of this, we're going to have destroy game object. Okay, yeah, there's nothing super graceful about this. I just want to have a back button that works. So public vending machine back button script. I'm just going to call it back button script. Oh no! I was too fast. It's called vending machine without the E. Never mind. That is just, we just have to accept that. We just have to swallow our pride, just accept that that E is never going to come back. Yeah. Yeah, when it comes to Unity, that is one big flaw. I'd say the fact that I've misspelt this here, and I misspelt this one as well, you know, it's like, it is so much easier at this point. Like, because just to clarify, the last time I tried to fix it, this is no word of a lie, I almost destroyed and broke my entire project. Right, it's like kind of, so I've now learned that when you make mistakes like this, you should be more careful when you're creating the name for it. But if you do make this mistake, you've just got to just let it eat at your conscience forever. Okay. Back button script equals instantiate and back button go new vector 3. Here's where I'm just going to make a little bit of a guess. I'm going to say minus 5.0f and 0.0f comma quaternion dot identity comma base trans dot get component vending machine back button script, and we want to have back button scripts dot set script and this, and back button script dot summon. Okay, so now that we've done this, we can have while back button script dot busy. Like I said, I've completely neglected this great script. It has got good plans. It's got aspirations. I will do something with it eventually, but at the moment it's sitting there doing nothing. We've got the back button script. We're creating it. And this summon, I think, is a generic summon which should work with everything. So we've created it. Now we need to go vending machine, great script. No, not that one. This is the back button script. So we want to have if not busy and not underscore boost menu script dot busy. So if both of those things are unbusy, then we want to have underscore boost menu script dot unsummon. Oh, you know what? I might even be able to do something a little bit cheeky as well. Let me go into this one here. So when we're unsummoning, we can have about here, we want to have boost button script, nope. Back button script dot. Oh, I actually thought oh, did I not have an unsummon? No, I just simply don't have one. No, that's fine. Let's go create the reliable unsummon one that we had before. So let's go to definition. Yeah, like I say, I'm intentionally leaving these debug messages in because I want that to be a constant reminder to know that I need to make the unsummon look better. So in this one here, right, that's fine. So that's good. Yeah, it's obviously I want it to make look better than what it does, but this should roughly be okay. And so let's just see if this works. Have I got the thing that I need? Okay. Right, let's see if this works. So we're just essentially creating a back button at the moment. I don't need this. So let's give this another try. So that's the back button. I haven't given it a hitbox. Okay. need to make a hitbox. So add component 2D box collider. Right, is that everything we needed to do? Let's see. It's gonna be great. Okay, buy a boost. Okay, so for whatever reason, it's not activating the way that I want it to. Let's have a little look. So it is reacting to a certain extent, but it's so the implication is, I wonder why. Oh, maybe I haven't actually got connected the unsummon yet. So over here. So, why doesn't this work? So activate. I kind of want to have a little debug. Yeah. Debug.log. We're going to have hey. And ho. Okay, right, so we want to see if it says either hey or ho or both. It should hopefully be at least saying hey, but there's a chance it might not be doing anything at all. Yeah, okay. Because essentially this button script that I've made, this generic button script, is quite old code that I made a while ago, and I was kind of hoping that it was just going to work, but there's probably errors and stuff within it, but that's okay. So, oh, it looks like we've got a much easier problem than I thought. Okay, all right, relax. I don't know what the problem is, but it's going to be much easier. So for whatever reason, it's not saying. Let's just double check. Yeah, so we've just got to work out what one isn't busy. Oh, okay. I think the problem is the moment that you actually press it down, it counts as being busy. So, yeah, okay, that's no problem. Yeah, okay, I think this should work now. Yeah, the reason being is when you activate it, it's like your button's going down, and then as it comes back up, it still thinks that it's busy because it's essentially busy while the button is down. So this is the only important thing that we actually need to worry about anyway. So so this should be fine now. I realise this is quite a tricky little thing, because it's like the difficult thing is when you've got an idea, a vague idea in your head, and you're trying to sort of produce it. So that looks nice though, doesn't it? Look, all this price is here, that's good. And yeah, and we can go back on, and I just want to I'm going to be clicking as hard as I can because I want to create a problem. The reason we can't click on this is simply because I've got that blocker blocking me doing this, because if I could press this, it would just create another menu. So that's good. Okay, all right. And now what we can do as well is, in fact, let's do it all in real time. So I think we're on boost. I think we're on town level 3 at the moment. If I upgrade, we've got these sprites, don't worry about that. Benson and Wine are now available at the shop, and now yes, we can get these ones as well. Okay, so that is good. Still doesn't quite feel right. It feels like these... Oh, of course, I just took a blind guess as to where the text should be. So I got it surprisingly quite close. I'm kind of fine with that. So what we want to do is... this is where it's going to get a little bit tricky, and I don't know exactly how we go about this. But I want to make it so that if you press like this, like click on here, then you get some information about what the mild cola does. Because one thing that's important is I don't want it to be just hover over to get it, because for people on any sort of like iPad or something, the hover over function, it gets a bit confusing because you actually have to tap something in order to hover over. So I kind of want it to be more like you tap this bit and then you get some information about what it does, and we kind of want to make this text a little bit higher, and we obviously need to actually sort out the concept of buying boosts. So what do we do first? Let's do the easy bit. Let's do the really nice and easy bit. Let's go get this. 0.1. Okay, that's an easy one to start with. Okay, so individual, this one here, cost TM. What if that was 1 exactly, and that was 0.1? Let's have a quick look at that, see if the text comes roughly where we want it to be. That's much better. Okay, right. That was the easy bit. We now want to make it so that if you tap this bit, you get information, and then this bit so that the button goes down and gives you the can. At the moment, there is a can here. This is I'm going to turn when I'm working on the grate. We'll kind of we'll sort out this, because what I kind of want to happen is for like a can to sort of come. Sorry, I'm pointing at the screen again. For the can to sort of come down as if it, as if this is a vending machine, and you press this, the can comes down, and then the grate to open. Yeah, I think that's good. So, why does that look so rubbish? Okay, right, I've got plenty of debug messages to remind me to make this look better. Okay, that's fine. So, yeah, we want information. Yeah, this is going to be one thing that is going to be surprisingly quite tricky, is having two separate hitboxes, two 2D box colliders that have different purposes on the same game object. I remember that always being quite tricky. I think I can work a way around it, but as long as you kind of know this is going to be hard, this is going to lead to problems, that's okay. It's like, I know this going in, so I think it's going to be a bit of a warning, like before. Yeah, like it's almost, I'm imagining, like, say 2 hours from now, me tearing my hair out over having, like, the difficulty of having two different hitboxes on one thing. But let's try and go about it pragmatically. So here. So what do we do? Okay, I think I know how to do it. I think I know. What I kind of want is, where have we actually got the hitbox? The hitbox is here. I think I just copy component. And paste component as new, and that's there, and then we remove this one. Okay, but this is still here, and we have a cheeky little script here which attached to the button SR, which basically says when we click here, do something with the button, and then we want another hitbox somewhere else, which is going to be over here. So I've just got to kind of work out, because if I attach it there, okay, let's do one thing at a time. So what we want to happen, let me just try and break everything down. So we've got our hitbox there. We're going to have another separate little script attached to it. So title scripts, create C# script, vending slot button script, separate vending slot button script. Okay, that's good. And I think, what if I create a empty game object here? This will be info collider, and then we add component 2D box collider. That's nice, that's good. So we're just essentially working on making sure we've got separate separate buttons that can do separate things. Once we've got that, then we're kind of happy. Then the rest of it. Oh yes! Oh, Weird Beard Dev, rock and roll, happy New Year! Yes, awesome. How's it all going? Yes, rock and roll. Yeah. I tell you what, right now, I am one of those people who are naturally very quite unsociable. Right, so to me, normally a New Year's Eve involves me just like watching TV while I'm in bed, right, just snuggled up and it's nice and comfy, right. Whereas this actual New Year's, I actually did go out and I socialised. It was actually a really good time, but that's like one of those rarities. So if we have this as -1, yeah. What about yourself? Do you have a nice New Year's? Oh, cool. Yes. Oh, good to hear. Oh, how's your game coming along? Oh, and also, what's the colour of your beard? Create C# script. We're gonna have vending. Slot info script. What was the one? Oh yeah. Actually, I kind of want to have it the same name as that, but slightly different. So we're going to delete that. Oh yes! Oh brilliant! Okay, that's a fantastic way to spend New Year's. Friend's house for a party. Oh, fair play, fair play. Cool colour, cool colour. But like, I think there is something quite nice. I think there was, I think last year, like New Year's, there was something on Twitch where there was like an interactive, like where you kind of, it was called something like Wi-Fi Wars. And I just kind of watched that on Twitch, and it was just quite a nice way where I was thinking, I'm not going for anything adventurous, which was, yeah, quite a lot of fun. But yeah, as I say, I've got way more. If ever you've just got having a nice sort of lazy, staying in, drinking some wine or whatever, that's, yeah, all respect for that. I think, don't worry, I think I need to have the next 4 New Year's booked. I probably need to have a lazy night in New Year's to make up for the quite heavy night that I had on New Year's Eve. Right, separate vending slot info script. We're going to call it exactly that, but yeah, okay. Create C# script. Separate vending slot info script. Okay. Yeah, it does get really confusing when you've got 2 different hitboxes, but I think this might be the cure. We might have worked it out. So here, I want to put the info button, and here, I want to put on the this one just somewhere over here. Just get the, there we are. Right, and we're just going to work on making sure we can press both of these buttons without them both reacting. So if I have, so over here, edit script, let's go get rid of all this, using Unity Engine event systems. Yeah, and it's I pointer click handler void public void on pointer click PED debug.log button. I've got other ways around this if this doesn't work, but so I'm going to copy that there. We're going to save that, and then over here, let's edit this one. That will be info, and why is that already? That's weird. Huh, hold on, wait a sec. Oh, okay, all right, sorry, yeah, so, sorry, I was just copying, pasting this, and I pressed Control V, and it actually updated this bit here for me. It somehow knew that because I put this bit got added, which is really good. I just need to have I pointer click handler. Okay, and here we need to have the word info. All right, so essentially all I'm doing here is I want to see if both of these react, clear, that's fine. Both of these react the way that they should do. So let's give this a try. Right, it looks like we've got a problem already. Bending slot button script is missing. I must have made a mistake somewhere. Bending slot, separate bending slot. Okay. Let's go remove that component. Okay, yep, I think I know the problem. Yep, everything's fine. This needs to be mono behavior here. I just got rid of it accidentally. Okay, all right, I think we're back on board. I just need to now drag it back on. Yeah, everything needs to have a mono behavior if it's gonna, yeah. Right, so let's go put this bad boy somewhere. There, that's fine. Okay, let's hope, let's see if we've still got the same problem. No, looks like we're good. Okay, right, so I just want to see if this works. If this does work, then everything becomes a lot easier. It's just, okay, so I'm going to click here. Okay, all right, that's definitely an interesting problem. Okay. So, what are the problems that we have? So, for whatever reason, let's go out of here for the time being. It's not reacting when I press. Oh, I think I know the problem. I think what's happening is the like blocker script, this whole big grey thing here. If I was to turn this, oh no, it's not that. Yeah, I've got a big blocker here. This is the one. Right, if I turn that off, then it does work. Okay, it's because the hitbox isn't actually in front. So I might have to just put an empty sprite on it purely so that this goes ahead. So if I clear now, and I press this, it does come across as button, and here it comes across as info. Oh my gosh, I didn't know that was possible, right? I remember, so this is actually a few years ago when I was trying to put two separate hitboxes on the same game object. I think it brought me to tears. I literally could not do it. Obviously, it's a slight exaggeration. I wasn't actually brought to tears, but it was so frustratingly difficult. Whereas now I have actually got two very separate things that you can, even though both of these are like hit. Why is that not working? Oh no, yes, the reason being is because these are, it's on collapse, that's fine. So if I was to let that go, then button, info, button, button. Yeah, okay, all right, okay, well, I think we're fine. Oh, yes, right. So what we need to do now is, I want to see if we can actually just put the hit button, the hitbox ahead. If not, then we'll just add a sprite, put it at the front, and then it should be fine. So prefabs, title, individual. So, that's a little annoying. It's not the end of the world, but I think what I need to do is add component sprite renderer, and have this as Frontier and 8. The only reason I'm putting this sprite renderer is because something is blocking this box UI, and there's seemingly no other way of putting it to the front other than if we have a sprite renderer. Like basically, this is gonna always there's gonna be no sprites here. It is purely, yeah. I think this should be fine. Let's just give this a check, see if it does work. Info and button. Info. Okay, right, I'm so happy about that. Right, so now we can actually start doing the things. Okay, so right, so now we need to get all the costs and everything sorted, get it actually like paying for things. Right. And let me have another quick look, because I think the Rumple tokens are perfectly visible when you go into the shop. But I would, like, part of me is thinking when you press this button here, I kind of want these to just temporarily. If we go over here. Yeah, what we would want is both of these to just temporarily click forward, so this is a bit brighter. So, for example, this would be Frontier 5, and this one, if we could set it, would be further ahead. Right, but we can only do one thing at a time. I've just got to work out what makes the most sense. So I think we work on info. So I kind of want to use something. Yeah. So I'm going to kind of go from something old to just try and work out where we're going. So we've actually already, when you press here, we kind of, what's happening in this particular box here is almost everything we need for our buyer boost thing. So I'm literally going to look at the code here and almost copy it word for word. I might even be able to just make a duplicate of this. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this is fine. Let's have a little look at it and see what we can actually do with it. So. Because I have a feeling we might be able to just be really, really sneaky and essentially use this code, but just slightly tweak a couple of the things. So what we need to do first is where we have our individual slot scripts. So this is the individual slot here. We want to have a function here, which I'm just going to have as public void set script, which will be individual vending machine slot script. What have I done? Okay. There we go. And we'll have individual vending slot script. Private. So we want to make sure that these, both the info button, the info script and the button script both have access to this vending slot. So when it's activated, it will tell the vending slot to do something. So that's good, and we want to set the script, so underscore individual vendings equals that, and we're going to Control C. We're going to put exactly the same thing over here. Right. Okay. Right. So now that we've got that, we then need to actually do these scripts so that we can give them the scripts. Okay, I'm using the word script a lot. So individual, yeah. I think we can actually do that. So now get component in children, separate vending slot button script. Dot set script this, and this will be info, and we're going to, at the bottom here, we're going to have a public void show info, and a public void by boost. Again, going nice and slowly. So I want to put the debugs in here to just check that it's still accessed everything and it's done all the things. So I'm going to go Control X here and underscore individual dot show info. And over here we want Control X underscore individual dot by boost. Go to definition, Control V. So even though we're essentially haven't really done that much, we're going to get exactly the same outcome as before. Hopefully it will now mean that these particular two different hitboxes have both got access to the same thing and they will be able to react. So even though like the outcome will hopefully be exactly the same and it will look like we haven't achieved anything, this is actually a sign. So we're hoping now it says info, yes, let's go, and it says button, like yes, okay, brilliant. Right, so now we can now work with, we can now kind of essentially do the next big thing. Right. So let's have a look. And I know it always feels a little bit ugly, but like, you know, it's always better to make a bad version than make a better version. Okay, so now we've just got to work out exactly where we want to create the info. Oh, I was thinking of having it on the right, but maybe we should just have it underneath here. I think I'm okay with that, because that way we can almost keep yeah, we can keep the boost info go. We can almost literally just use this script again. Okay, I'm fine with that. I'm absolutely fine with that. So let's go into here. This is the one that we've got. Right. Okay, so what do we need first? In our boost menu shop active, we want to have, we basically want to do the same thing. Let me go close all but this, and then edit this script, find all references. We're going to kind of do something very, very similar to what we've done here. So how many times find all references here? Okay, right. So when the boost menu is when we're equipping the boost, right? And the boost shop is where we're buying the boosts. They're two separate places. Now, obviously, you could argue it would be really convenient for the player to have both of them in the same place, but we're not doing that at the moment. It's much easier for this precise moment to keep them both separate. So what I kind of am tempted to do is essentially copy all of this and just, yeah, essentially copy all the bits that we need and then ditch everything we don't need. Okay. So how many times are we using this? So so the boost info go is what we'll need. So let's go Control C. Have this underneath over here, but at the moment that's going to be a red squiggly line because it doesn't mean anything right now. Have this underneath the bottom. I always like to keep these separate because this is a very different thing to what these are. These are just the simple things that we need to create. This is created on the fly. Okay, so find all references here. Control C. I think that looks okay. And then we're going to get rid of the bits that we don't need. Individual boost buttons. Yeah, because we don't need these boost buttons at all. So in here... Sorry, it feels like I'm patting myself on the back, but I feel like I've cut a massive, massive corner here. Like, I can skip so much stuff. Oh yeah, we probably need access to this boost info script. So all we actually need is just, let's go keep it public, but yeah. Public boost info script, underscore. So I don't think we need any of this. Okay. And what we should also do is we want the individual vending slots to have access to this main script here so we can change the boost info. Now, this has not been tried and tested, so we will run into errors, but before we even worry about that, before we contemplate this, what we're going to do is on these individual vending slots, go to definition, I'm going to have a public void set script, and we'll have boost shop menu script, and somewhere at the top here, maybe right here, we're going to have a private boost menu shop script. Oh, actually, I've watched all of the Boys. Absolutely fantastic. Really, really good. Like, yeah, I watched the third series, and it really is. If ever you're thinking, I wonder if they've run out of ideas, they haven't at all. It's like I would almost go as far as saying I enjoyed the third series the most. Okay, so we just need to set these scripts over here. And then upon creation, when we're summoning as well, we can also go slot scripts I dot set script this. Okay. And I don't, yeah. I think this, what if I have that as -6? Nope, didn't mean to do that. I mean, I meant to have this one here as -6. Let's see what this looks like. Okay. Right, so now, when we're on this individual, debug. So I still want that debug to be there for the time being, but if rumble level master script dot instance dot is boost unlocked boost type underscore boost shop menu script dot change boost info to underscore boost type. And busy. Right, so we just want to make sure, so hopefully this should, well, this might work, we'll find out. Right. Let's go make it a little bit easier on ourselves. So we're accessing the actual like info bit itself as opposed to this. And we're making sure that it's unlocked. Okay. Right, let's try and work out if there's anything obvious. I think we will run into an error message, but it's much easier to create the error message and fix it. So. Okay. Ah, there we go. But that's all right. I was expecting. Oh yeah, of course, of course. Oh, of course we can't do that. Yeah, of course we can't do that. Yeah, oh yeah, that's fine. I've actually dealt with that problem already. I was trying to deal with a problem that wasn't going to happen, and in doing so, created another problem. Okay, here we go. This time. So hopefully, it will create the info. It's going to be slightly off key. It won't look exactly where we want it, but it will give a rough idea of where I'm going with this. So, and I accidentally meant to set it to this, but I've set it to this accidentally. Okay, brilliant, wonderful. This is really good. I know that's not exactly where I want it, and this actually is -5. I meant to have this as say -3, -2, -1, -2, -1.5. 7, 8. Okay. Is that all right? Because I could even be a little bit fancier and say I'd do something like this. So you can sort of, the can kind of comes out the side. I don't mind that. So, oh yes, okay, we're going to do it that way. So, oh yeah, of course, we still don't know if, and if I click there, nothing happens. Yeah, okay. Obviously, I actually mean to do it for that and not there, but that's okay. Right, we need to find out what this location is. So that's, let's see, what's minus 5.6.7, minus 5.7 and minus 1.56. I think that's okay. Right, minus 5.7 and minus 1.6. I've got to remember that. Okay. Minus 5.7, minus 1.6. Okay. All right, no one say any numbers. I've got to remember. Okay, minus 5. No, 5.7 and minus 1.6f. Okay. All right. Now I did actually make a little bit of a mistake here. We're just going to chuck all of this into there. Okay. Right. So this should hopefully look quite nice. I also, now that I'm looking at it, I kind of want the boost button to be a bit bigger. I mean, the back button to be a bit bigger. Because let me just have a quick look. Yeah, this back button is like this big, whereas this back button is this big. And we can literally just make this twice as big, but I might need to alter the space a little bit. So if this were to be 2 by 2, oh, maybe that's kind of okay, isn't it? So do that. Yeah, okay. And then we'll work out the whole buying the can in a little bit. We'll sort out this vent, and then we can just press back. Yeah, okay. Okay, sorry, I just, like you think, yeah, it's been quite a bit of work to get to this point, so I'm just sort of basking slightly. Okay, right, I like it. So let's go make this back button bigger. I think it will be something as simple as 2 and 2. Let's just check that works. There's a chance it might not, but let's see. No, it didn't, but there is a reason as to why that is the case. Go to definition. So yeah, here it's vector 1. We can just Control C. Let's keep this in here. So I think we can simply, we don't need to actually, we can overload it, but we don't need to override it, because we're going to have a vector 3 scale vec, and here we're going to have an argument which is scale vec, and we're going to have vector 3 scale vec, and at this point here we just need to go scale vec. Right, and then when we're actually summoning it, which will be boost menu, this one, just need to have vector 3, new vector 3, 2.0f, 2.0f, and then close that. So will we get some error messages? Let's just see. Is it all going to be this simple? This is all the way. This is only to make my back button bigger. Fire boost. Bam! Big back button. Yes. Okay. Oh, what's this? Yes. Okay. Right, and then you can press that. Yeah. Okay. Right. Still not super elegant, but that's okay. Right now, we need to. I quite like trying to getting access to these ones and putting it in front, so that these kind of go in front. Like when we summon, and when we unsummon, it goes back. I mean, to be fair, is there any reason why? No. Right, so that's what I'm going to work on next. So this one here, edit script. So we've got that open. I just want to know what its default layer is, so that we can know that we need to move it back when we move it back. Okay, so I'm talking to myself quite a lot. Oh, it's literally 0 and yeah. Okay, fair enough. Okay. So let's go Control MO, public void move to frontier and public void move back to default. So what have we actually called our, so Rumble token SR and Rumble token MR. Rumble token MR dot sorting layer name equals default. Rumble MR dot sorting order equals 0. Rumble token SR dot sorting layer name equals default, and Rumble token SR dot sorting order equals 0. This will make sense eventually. Right, there we go. Chuck this over here. This one is going to be frontier. Let's go make it 5 and 5. Okay. So this isn't a this isn't an instance. This isn't a singleton. So we'll just have to find it. But that's okay. So so the boost menu script will go, I think, literally first thing we're going to have Rumble token counter script. Rumble token equals find object of type Rumble token counter script. If Rumble token is not equal to null, then Rumble token dot move to frontier. see. Upon unsummoning, about there, we're going to have. Oh, I've accidentally pressed insert. Move back to default. Okay, so all of this is going to make the Rumple tokens in front so you can see them. Let's see if this works. Have I saved all the things? Yeah, okay, I think I have. Right. Okay. Oh yeah, it's at the front. Okay, and we press back, and just going to double check. It is now at the back again. Okay. All right. Fantastic. Right. That was nice and easy. Okay. So now we want to make it so that when we press a button, we want to check to see if we have enough Rumple tokens. If we don't, then it'll just shake or something. I don't know. Maybe like if it doesn't, I think we just make this text go like flash red or something, or like slowly go red and back, just to indicate to the player that we don't have enough. But if it does, we'll start doing all the things. Right. Okay. So boost menu, equip script. Okay. So. I must be looking at the wrong thing. We don't need this at all. We need this. Okay, so buy a boost, and now public void button activate. Yeah, activate button. Activate button. And we'll have a little public bool button busy. Actually, no, you know what? We don't need a separate boolean. We can just stick with the original one. Okay, so if not busy, activate button. Right. Get rid of that. That'll be activate routine. Start coroutine. Activate routine. Okay, so busy equals true. All of these are great. So if game info script dot instance dot Rumple tokens is greater or equal to our cost int, then buy boost, else make text flash red. You know, this is going to be much easier. So let's do this one first, and then we'll worry about the actual buying the boost. There's quite a lot more code that's involved in this bit than there is in this bit. So let's do the first bit. So int chum equals mover.instance.fade text, no, fade tm to color, cost tm color dot red. Oh, okay, yep. I've realised another problem that we've got, which is fine. It's easy. It's very easy to fix. I haven't actually set this summon speed at any point, so it's working on the assumption it's 0. Everything will look nicer once I've just changed a particular number from 0 to like 0.2 or something. Right. Oh wow, this is so useful. I love being able to, like, this one line of code I have to type so many times. So that's good. Right. And what we probably should do is go equals 0. And then get rid of that. Okay. So first of all, we're going to, when we're actually buying it, we're going to fade the text to clear. And I like the idea that it's like when you buy it, there's going to be just kind of like a normal vending machine. Everything's going to just shake a little bit, which is what we'll get to. So this goes to clear, and mover.instance.fade SR to color, rumple SR, color.clear. Now I need to remember to put the summon speed back. Oh, I need to change it. So that's making everything fade. And then and we've got the action sprites. This is what we needed earlier. So so now int chom equals aaron.instance.play ping pong once button SR action sprites. The final one will be action sprites 0, going back to where it was. Animate speed 0.5f, actually no, 0.25f. Yeah, so it will ideally take, yeah, it's a half a second going down, half a second going back up, so it'll be like a junk junk, right? The reason that we're fading the text and this away is because it's quite hard to actually keep the text in line with the sprite, because the sprite is just a sprite essentially. So trying to move the text down is really difficult. So we're just going to do that. So now we're making progress. We're getting there. And let me do something else, like quite intuitive. Boost menu shop screen. We've got this great script. Go to definition. We don't need any of this. Public void activate great. Oh no. Wait a sec. Right. Oh, this, like, yes, okay. My quality of life. This is just brilliant. Right, okay. Activate great, and here it's going to be rename activate great routine. Okay, we'll just have a cheeky little debug.log. Vending stuff with some exclamation marks. Okay, so now that we have that, we also want to have a boost type. Like I say, this is getting stuff ready that we're going to come back to in a little while. Boost type. So, yeah, like I say, we're going to actually make this work and do stuff later, but just we're not quite there yet. So now that we've done that, we go back into here. And it will just be public void activate great. Oh no, again, I can do exactly the same thing as I've done before. Activate great, Control C. Control V. And all we're actually going to do is go public bool great busy. Great busy equals true. Great busy equals true. Great script dot activate great, and we do need the boost, so boost type, boost type, boost type. Wow. Great script dot busy. Okay. All right. So the idea is you're going to press the button, and then the vending machine is going to activate. And as much as I haven't done the routine for the vending machine activating, we're gonna get to that. I just want to kind of set all the pathways so that it's ready when it is. Okay, so where are we up to now? So this one here, not this one. Unfortunately, I've got the names so long that okay, it's this one here. So it presses the button, it goes in and then out. Oh, actually, we could. You know what? Why don't we have it so that it goes in and then the grate comes out and then it goes out? Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, sorry, changing my mind on the fly. It's still easy to do. Play forward once and then we wait for, and that one needs to be action sprites dot length -1, so it ends on there. Then we want to have underscore boost menu script dot activate great, underscore use our boost type as the argument, then while underscore bootshop menu script dot great busy, you'll return null. Okay. Right, so that's going to activate the grate this is going to wait for it to be done. Then we want to have all of this again. This is going to be played backwards once. This is going to go back to 0. And at some point down the line, we've actually got to sort out the exchange of Rumple tokens, like losing the Rumple tokens, which I'm going to worry about later. I just want to see roughly how this goes. And to make life easy on ourselves, I'm going to give us 25 Rumple tokens, because that means we've got enough to buy the 20 but not enough to buy the 30, and we can check both of them at the same time. So buy a boost. Alright, oh alright, mild cola, what does that look like? Right, now let's buy it. Okay, even though that really did feel underwhelming. Oh, of course, I need to move the make the text and everything come back to normal. And here, oh yes, okay, everything's fine. I know the problem. We're going to make the float speed summon speed 0.25. Right, hopefully this will make everything will look a bit nicer now as well. And then, yeah, like I say, we've done no work on the actual grate itself. And actually, let me just, for continuity's sake, see. I'm going to turn it back to being white. Okay, right, let's give this a shot. So buy a boost. It's 20. Bang. That looks quite nice. Okay, I like that. And this one here, yeah, red. Yeah, okay, that's good. Yeah, I like that. So now we need to actually make all the changes. We need to remove the Rumple tokens. We then need to do the whole vending grate thing, which I've got to work out if I've got the energy because I'm pretty tired now. So what we'll do, we'll see if we can get the vending machine to kind of work. I think that should be okay. Yeah, because there shouldn't be a can here to begin with. But let's go on to the grate here. Let's edit this script. Let's go make it. Let's actually do the things that we need to do. So, public float summon speed. And I'm actually going to change this now while I've got it fresh in my mind. That is going to be 0.25. Okay, let's go back. Right. So, what do we need? We need a void awake, and we've got quite a few things we need to access, isn't there? Right, so we need the back, the boost can itself, and the grate. And what we're going to do with the boost can, So I'm going to just work on the visuals and then the actual transaction. Like at the moment, all that you're seeing is things happen, but not activating any of the data. So I kind of want this. So this is currently 0. Let's see. What if this would say 1? 0.25. So yeah, it's going to be 0. It's going to start at 0.25, and it's going to kind of drop down, kind of shake a little bit, and then open up. Okay, right. So 0.25 was the key number that I was after. Okay, right. So we need back SR, boost can SR, and great SR. Okay. Public sprite renderer back SR public sprite renderer boost SR public sprite renderer great SR. What have I done? I accidentally pressed the Windows button, which is obviously intended. Kind of want this to be on full screen again. This got to be. Okay, right, fine. Great SR. Okay. Okay, here we are. Right, so now we need to go, we need to just find all the things. So we're going to make an array just to make life a bit easy on ourselves, and we'll probably we'll get access to this base trans as well. Okay. Public transform base trans. Okay. So base trans equals get component transform, and nope, that's not what I wanted. Equals get components in children sprite renderers. I don't there we go, that's better. Okay, and then back SR equals all SRs 0. Boost SR. Yes, okay. Alright, that works. Okay, now what we want to do as well, boost SR dot sprite equals null. Okay, we need to make a cheeky little summon routine, which I can do really easily. Oh, I can't tell you how useful that is. That's just, I've wanted that for literally years. I've never known that that was a thing that we could do. Right, so for I less than all SRs dot length SRs dot I, we're setting it all to color equals color dot clear And let's go. I'm actually going to copy. I'm going to take a page from what I've done in. I think it's this one here. Control C. Float time 0. This is going to fade everything to white, including the boost, but I've set the sprite to null, so that doesn't matter too much. I don't think that'll give us an error message. So that's going to set everything up there. That summon is more or less all we need. While we're kind of here, I'm going to Control C. Control V. Get rid of that. Yeah, I feel like we may as well make an unsummon. Just this will just unsummon it slightly more gracefully than it is currently being unsummoned. So I thought I'd just quickly do that while I'm thinking of it, while it's fresh in my mind. Okay. I think that's good. Now we actually want to, in this bit here, we want to have great script dot summon while great script dot busy yield return null. Okay. All right, we're putting bits together. We're getting there. So we'll have public sprites, great sprites, and we want to get hold of the great sprites. Great sprites equals resources.load. Load all sprites. So now we just want to kind of get hold of these great sprites that we're going to use in a little bit. There it is. Okay. Sprites. I've got to remember where I put it now. Vending machine stuff. That's the stuff. I think. Oh yeah, hold the line one sec.
Oh, you're still streaming?
Right, wicked. Rock and roll. So, I'm trying to work out how I got hold of these button sprites to begin with. Let's just have a little look at them. What? Okay. Just gotta, right. Okay, I'll just find out. Okay, I think I can find out. I don't think it's too difficult. So, when you work out, you're thinking, why did something work? Because I can't remember how it did work. So we've got these activate. Let's go find all these references. Sprite. Oh, okay. Oh, I do have them. So I just need to make a separate folder. Okay. So boost, sprites, boost, vending machine. Okay. Oh, okay. I've put them there. For some reason I've got these here and I don't really know. I don't think we need any of this. I think this was stuff that I put in a while ago. I can use all the stuff here. So anyway, create folder, great sprites, and we just need these ones. Copy path. Oh, Grumbler Pugs, let's rock! Oh, wow! Oh, fantastic! Oh, how is everyone doing? Yes, thank you so much for the raid. That's absolutely awesome. Oh, wicked. Right, at the moment, we're working on creating a vending machine so that you can buy cans for some purpose in the future. I can roughly show you what I've made today, and hopefully you'll be like, whoa, this guy's amazing. Right, anyway, I need to very quickly, before I forget, I just need to put this bad boy in here. And you do that. Ah, oh, yes, awesome. But how did your stream go? How's it all rocking? Right, this is what we've been working on today. It might not look impressive, but yeah, there's quite a lot of hard graft going into it. So we have. Oh, does that mean loads of the code that was valid is now no longer valid? Because that sounds like an absolute pain. Because I think I did. Again, I was lurking in one of your streams a while ago, and I realised, oh no, you have to change some things to other things. I know this is like, I think one thing which, I mean, obviously, like, this is a terrible bit of advice to give you now, but whenever I start any project in Unity, I'll try and get the most up-to-date Unity version, and then I will never update Unity up until I've done this project, because like, I have had that problem before, and it doesn't sound like it's been as bad as what you've gone through, but that problem of like, where, hold on, all of this code is now completely invalid. No, as it is, Rumpletown is actually a name which I have. It's a name which I came up with when I was like a little kid, and I was thinking, yeah, Rumpletown, what a great name. And I went into Google in like thinking that must be taken, and it wasn't. You know, there's nothing obvious that has really been taken it. Anyway, so buy a boost. It brings this up here, and you can get the information of what all these cans do. It's like choose a level 2 totem card and stuff, and then you can also press this button to activate it. Now, at the moment, nothing happens, but it detects like what your cost is. So if I try to do this, I've got 30. It's going to go red, and then but it will allow me to do that. Now, none of this is changing because that's kind of like we're sort of midway through this. But yeah. Hold on. So. Oh yeah. Sorry. In answer to your. That actually makes perfect sense, Grumbler Pugs. That does, like, I do actually kind of get it. Like, you're thinking, well, I want this, but you've had to pay the toll. How far are you caught up to the like the pain that you've had to trawl through from the updates? Oh yeah, so programmer Jeff as well. So Livertga, welcome, and programmer Jeff, you could build inside of a virtual monitor. I'm guessing. Oh, hold on. Now this is where it gets confusing because this is technically what I've called a vending machine, but I'm guessing you mean virtual machine. Ah, yes. I mean, I could do, but at the moment I don't really need to. Right. So what we're doing now is we want to have, and I haven't worked out exactly, but like we're going to activate the. Oh no, 10%. Yes. Ah, yeah, can fully agree, programmer Jeff. Like, yeah, they can be an absolute pain. Like, I think it is you know, when you're just so used to one thing working, it's like the thing that really, really was a pain is when you're looking to change scene. It used to be really easy, and now they've made it much more difficult. As far as New Year's, absolutely fantastic, top-notch New Year's. Normally, it's just another day, whereas, New Year's was absolutely fantastic. I probably drunk a lot more than was the safe levels. It's not often I do, but it's just I felt like a child again. Well, not a child, but I felt like I was in my sort of early 20s again when I had actually quite a rip-roaring hangover. I was like, I haven't had a hangover for a decade. You know, I haven't had it for ages, and I was like, this is this is like, it just reminded me, you know. Right. So anyway, that's what we're working on, getting this grate to do something. We've got hold of this is where we've got hold of the sprites. Yeah. I think because it's like kind of as it was, I was very sensible. It turns out, right, if ever you're thinking, if I go to sleep now I'm going to have a terrible hangover, the technique you need to have is have like a pint of water and watch something generic on TV and slowly drink it over an hour, and it more or less means it sort of nulls the hangover effect. Not perfect. It's not it's not entirely bulletproof, but it's a pretty good strategy. So as much as I did have a bad hangover, it would have been much, much worse. Right. So what are we going to do with the activating grate routine? So, I know what we can do. Okay. So what's actually good here? So is if I go, I like to do green notes of all the things that I want to happen. So, so first of all, actually, a lot of this I can just do straight away. So, boost SR. So this is the sprite renderer that is connected to the little can. Boost SR dot sprite equals, and now I've got a way of rumpel level master script dot instance dot get boost sprite boost type. So that's setting the boost sprite, and we kind of want to get access to this transform as well. So I'm going to just on the fly, we're going to have transform. In fact, let's go set it earlier. So we've got this boost SR. I'm just going to have a public transform boost trans, and here we're going to have boost trans equals boost SR dot get component transform. So yeah, we're setting this boost trans. I was going to just create it on the fly, but we may as well just use it. So boost trans dot local position equals new vector 3. And I'd actually done the maths earlier. I think it's 0.0f, 0.25f. Actually, that's all we need. Okay, so we're setting it to there, and then I'm going to do my. This is my. But if anyone uses Unity. Yeah. See, I mean, like as much as that sounds really sad. That is one of those kind of like, you're like, this is how good an evening. If you had a big bulge around your eye, you'll be like, this was how good my New Year's was. Int chum. So I've got, if anyone does use Unity, I'm using something called Mover here, which is a script that I made years ago that I've been updating, which is just very good. Its main purpose is moving something from one space to another. And that sounds like a really simple basic script, but the kind of amount of typing and code needed to do it is yeah, and it does it in lots of different creative ways as well. It can also create shrink and grow things as well. But here it's just going to be something as simple as move to, I think it's actually move to point accelerate. And we need to just fill in all the spots that we want. So this will be the boost trans to go in here. The target vector will be, oh, actually no, it doesn't quite work. Okay, forget this. We're just going to do a normal move to point local. But yeah, this is a really useful script for when you want to move something from one place to another. And if you need it, I can send you. It might even be on my like profile or something. It's just a really useful script. I say that it's only I've ever actually used it, but I feel like it's pretty useful. Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm guessing. Like, I mean, to be fair, if it is just a swelling, I think provided you just put some ice on it, it should be. It should sort of go down eventually. I hope he does recover though. Move to point local, that's what I wanted. So boost trans vector 3.0, and it's just going to be 0.2f. It's just going to be a very quick move down. And then I've actually got a Stream Deck, so there's this particular line of code here which I'm going to just type in. That's not me typing really fast. It's essentially using a tool which just types it out for you, which is making life easier. And what I kind of want to happen at this point is for I want to just do a green saying make the vending machine shake. Because that's going to be quite tricky to do. But like it's going to be tricky to do here, but I want to do everything else for the time being. So it moves it down, the vending machine shakes, and then we're going to have int chom equals aaron.instance.play forward once great SR. And here is where I can just put all the arguments. So this is another thing, really nice, useful bit of code, where I can animate stuff without using Animator. Yeah. Well, I think that like the problem is like this is absolutely a terrible mindset to have. But when it comes to like Unity, there are things like apparently it has a really good physics engine, right? Apparently it does. But whenever there's anything that involves any gravity or something, I rather sort of program it myself so I know what's actually happening. So when it comes to animating, I'm sure there's a better method, but I prefer this because I literally just say, this is the sprite renderer I want to animate. These are the sprites that I want to use. The finishing sprite is going to be great sprites. It's going to be great sprites.length -1. That's what it's going to finish on. And let's have, say, 0.1f. And it's going to take 0.1f seconds every frame. And then I'm going to do this button here, which is essentially waiting for that animation to play. And then, yeah, you know, sorry, I'm making sound effects because I'm trying to work out exactly how I want it. So that opens the great sprite. Now what we want next is the actual can itself to rotate, is to sort of go forward in front of everything and then just disappear, and then we can put some particle effects on it later. So now we want to have boost SR dot order equals 10. So that's just making it in front of everything, right? And we want to chum equals mover.instance.play rotate 2 points. So that is going to rotate to its original vector that it's looking to do. So let's see if I can get this correct. So we want the boost trans. The actual vector is going to be vector 3.0. And the time to take is going to be, let's have, actually make it 1.f seconds, and then at the same time as well, we're going to have mover.instance.grow to size, boost trans. Let's have new vector 3. Let's see what it looks like if it's 3 times bigger. This is part of what I like as well. It's like I'm putting in all the numbers. Yes. Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, I think that is like, so, because one thing, even though it sounds like I'm bragging here, obviously my art skills aren't great, but I've pretty much hand drawn everything using Assaprite. Well, not hand drawn, but I've used Assaprite to make like pretty much all of the sprites. So it doesn't exactly look the most elegant ever, but it's, yeah, I'm quite proud of it, to be honest. Right, so we go, right, this, so what's happening is we're rotating it to 0, and we're going to grow it to 3 times the size, and then this is just saying wait until all that's done, and now I want to now fade it to clear. So chum equals mover.instance.fade SR to color, boost SR color.clear, and that can just be 0.5 seconds, and we'll see what it looks like when it all comes together. And so I can just put this in again, wait for that to do that. And we want to put some particle effects in to make it look a bit better, but I'll worry about that later. And now we kind of need to reset it back to the original point that it was. So now that it has faded to clear, actually, let me just do one other little thing as well. Right here, we want to have boost SR dot color equals color dot clear. And kind of want to have yeah, this will pay off eventually. Right, Control C, chuck this over here. So it's going to fade to white over 0.25 seconds. We want that at the top. So it's going to set the sprite, make it clear, then make it go to opaque. Then we're going to set the local position, which is probably what we should do first. Set the local position, and then we are fading it. Then we're going to move it down over 0.2 seconds. Then it's going to animate the grate, wait for the animation to go. This is going to get bigger and then disappear. Then this is going to there we go. We now want to go play backwards. Play backwards once. And this one is going to go back to 0. Oh, this will be great once it's done. But yeah, thanks for sticking around. Hopefully this will look really nice. You'll see the whole how I normally do all the animations like live. And all we really kind of need to do as well is we need to just set this to 90 again. So boost trans dot Euler angles equals new vector 3 0.0f 90.0f and boost trans dot local scale equals vector 3 dot 1. So it's essentially resetting it so that it doesn't look weird when we order a second can. Is that everything? Okay. The honest answer is I know I've missed something, but let's go find it out. Let's give this a test. Right. Okay. Right. Oh, there's one last thing. No, you know what? We'll worry about that later. I know the problem. So the can, I forgot to set the can back to its original state. So anyway, let's see what this looks like. That's all right, isn't it? Okay. All right, I like it. But it's just if we were to order it again, the can would already be in front of everything. So, yeah. But that's okay. I quite like that. So we just need to set... see, I think I set it to. Let's go find out. Actually, we can just we've got it set somewhere. The boost can it's set as 6, so we just need to set this one back to 6 there. Right. And like I say, I definitely do want to get. Yeah, I do want to order. Yeah, I do want to get some like particle effects because I have made some really cool particle effects that would work, but it's going to be just a little bit of a mission trying to put it in because I made this kind of quite nice sort of like it looks like it's like fizzy pop or something coming out of the can, but when actually putting it in, I just don't quite have the energy right now. So anyway, now that we've set that, let's just have a little look. Okay, so buy a boost. Yeah. Let's just see if this still doesn't get in the way too much. Yeah. Okay, that's good. Right, now at the moment, none of this is actually affected. I want that to go down by 20 and for us to get an extra boost. So what we should do is we can probably do it all in the great script. So during this here, we're going to have Rumple. Actually, no, it's game info script dot instance dot I think we just add Rumple tokens. Oh no, actually it should be minus. There's got I've got an easy way of removing the Rumple tokens. I just can't remember exactly how I did it. Let's go, because I've got another function which I've done from earlier, which will remove our Rumple tokens, which I'm just going to find it. And the easiest way to find it is just by playing the game and then getting to the right situation. So, hypothetically, if you do have more than like 200 Rumple tokens, you can click here to upgrade. But what I am doing, sorry, I'm losing my voice slightly. I'm going to get some water. That's an empty bowl. Over here, let's edit this script. Because I know here we are spending Rumple tokens, and I may as well just try and copy So upgrade town. It might be here. Let's go to this definition. Oh, okay. Oh, we don't even have a function. We just minus it. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, this should be pretty easy. I'm going to copy some of this and just delete the bits that we need. So this was the first time I've ever used try and catch. Like, I don't even know if it was particularly necessary here. But now that we've got that, I'm just going to copy that and put it, say, here. We don't need that or that. That one is going to be... oh, yeah. Oh, will be Rumple token level master script dot dot get boost cost, and we can just put in boost type there. So you shouldn't be able to press this unless you have enough Rumple tokens. That'll update. Yeah. And then we can just have if Rumple token counter script is not equal to null, then while Rumple token counter script dot busy yield return null. And what we also need to do is add 1 to the key to the number of boosts that we've got to check that it works. So Rumple level master script dot instance dot boost can ints int of boost type plus plus. So this is the key bit that we're actually changing. So the Rumple tokens are going down by its cost, and the number of boost cans is adding by 1. So that in theory should be okay. Let's see if this works. And we can give it a check. Right, cool. Oh, actually, right. Sorry, this is obviously entirely. I feel I'll do this now just purely because I don't often get the opportunity to do this. Let's have a look. Oh yeah, so in the chat I've put in a link to a particular game that I made like over a year ago, but I've been trying to sort of like up the downloads and stuff. Yeah, get more downloads for it. If you wanted to give it a try, you'd be really like helping me out and stuff. So I've left the link in the chat. It's for it's for the App Store, Google Play Store, and the PC. I tried getting to work on the Mac and I just struggled kind of. But yeah, anyway, yeah, and you can let me know what you think. Right, so we have. So what are we hoping to happen? We press this, that goes down, that's fine. One thing that I forgot to check, which I'll actually check now, is I want to have a look at the number of mild colas that I have, and check it works. So at the moment we have 3 mild colas. All right, I'm going to press back. We're going to buy a boost. I'm going to buy one. Yeah, definitely could do with some particle effects, but that looks fine. All right, now we're going back and we're having a check, and now we're up to 4, and we can even set that if we want. Yeah. Right. That is good enough for me. Yeah. I'm quite happy. Oh, of course, now we don't have enough Rumble tokens, which is fine. Okay, right. So, I'm trying to work out, like, if the vending machine has kind of, if I'm happy with how the vending machine works now. Let's have a look. Yeah. Ah, okay. Right, so I've landed myself in a bit of trouble. So what I have accidentally done is when it's locked, it should not be accessible, but it still is. So that I just need to change that. It's seemingly not only is it accessible, but it's not. It's bypassing its cost as well. So yeah, I kind of know why actually. Don't know what music this is, but let me change it to something else. Right, why is this taking so long? Right, sorry about this. Feels like my browser has just has just given up slightly. Right, here we go. Let's try again. Right, cool. Right, so guess we don't need that anymore. Oh yeah. So we kind of need to make sure that if it's locked, individual vending machine. We need to make sure that if it's locked, nothing can happen. Or do one better. Actually, I've got a plan. Let's see. So upon summon. So this is working out if it's locked, and if it's not, then this happens. But we want to have a boolean. Somewhere here, which public bool is boost can available to buy, and right here we can have is boost can available to buy equals Control X. So this works out, and then we can just use that here. So now we've actually set it so that when we actually so show info if is boost available to buy. So if that is, then great. If not busy, and is boost available to buy. Now that kind of makes a bit more sense. Okay, so activate button. It's the activation routine. So we're just going to have, I'll just call it like locked routine or something. So private oh yeah, actually this needs to go up a little bit higher. So private IEnumerator. We just call it locked routine. Busy equals true. Busy equals false. Int chom equals Aaron.instance.play ping pong once, and that will be front SR action sprites, action sprites 0, 0.1f, and do this, right? Here we can just have else if not busy. Oh no, actually. Start. Oh yeah. I'm gonna have a little boolean public bool lock busy. So during this locked routine, we're actually going to have the word lock busy and else if not lock busy, then start coroutine. The reason I've got to be a bit cautious with all of this is I always think, what's the worst? Anything wrong that can go happen normally does. So if someone just keeps clicking the same thing over and over, we've got to compensate for that. So I'm going to make sure that it's like if it's trying to activate this, it can't be busy. So it can only play it once. So and I think that's kind of all we need. So else if busy and that. I'm making this a little bit more complicated, but I'm not going to worry too much. And not lock busy, then we can just use this. Right, okay, we're going to check to see if the locked activation works. Right, okay. And then I think maybe, yeah, soon I'm going to work on actually the boosts doing something in the actual game. So at the moment I've just worked on the concept of buying them. So if I was to press this now, it's not working, is it? If I press that, clearly missed something. Okay, what have I done wrong? Let's see if I've messed something up here. So it's saying lock is not busy. Because what I wanted to do, because I've got this little animation from the lock that kind of appears. I'm not really sure why it's not, but that's okay. We'll work it out. If I press this here, so it has actually got this far. Oh, I think I've activated the wrong one. Actually, this is quite easy to fix. I think I know the problem. button SR. Button. That's it. Okay, it should work now. We need to change this one to button SR. So the animation is happening, but it's behind something else. So this should be fine now. Okay. So now let's give this a try. Oh no, I was so convinced it was going to work. Okay. Did I save it afterwards? I did. So what we can do as well is I'm going to go, in fact, full screen here. We just want to go play focused, pause and unpause. And now I'm going to look at this one here. All right, and we're going to just keep an eye on this Boolean to see if it does actually activate. Ah! Oh, of course, yeah, sorry, I know the problem. Right, I need to press it in the game. So we're having a look at this thing to see if it activates. Oh, it does. Okay, all right. So, so this is the one. Oh, it's the back. It's the back SR. Okay, it's all right. Relax. I got the wrong one. I mean, in theory, it shouldn't matter, but let's give this a try. But oh no, yeah, okay, this does work. Okay, it's nothing to do with being hidden behind anything. It's because I've made the alpha of all of the other sprites 0 so that you can't see it. So now this should work. Yes. Okay, that's good. So, and if I keep clicking, it's yeah, there's no problem. So that's going to happen every time you're like, ah. Now, admittedly, you can click about here and nothing will happen because the hitbox is actually just what these ones are. But that's okay. Right, brilliant. Right, nice. Okay, right, I am probably, this has been a really good stream. I'm probably going to call it here. I'm going to have a look to see who I can raid. Let's have a look. I think we're going to go old reliable. But yeah, this has been absolutely fantastic, fantastic slash raid. Right. Yeah. Yeah, anyway, this has been absolutely awesome. Thank you very much for sticking around. I am probably going to call it here. But yes, thank you very much indeed. Right.
Okay, now if we clear this, theoretically speaking, we should begin pretty close to having all the scripts reattached. Still missing one on the Ghost race car, which I assume is the Ghost race car. Doesn't need anything special. Okay, so it looks like all that's there. Incoming NRE because of that. Searching for the egg. Hey! Incoming NRE because of egg equals egg. But it didn't go there. Incoming NRE. Hello, Tim. Then we died. Because we can't find the dummy egg. We have made it